Supervisors and all, it's my pleasure to introduce Pastor Kevin Morris, who will give the invocation. Today is from the First Baptist Church of New Richmond, and we'll follow the invocation with the Pledge of Allegiance. Would you stand, please, for Pastor Morris?
Thank you. Let's pray, shall we? God, at the beginning of this new and busy day, we want to give you thanks for health and strength to be able to get out of bed this morning, for the physical strength and ability to be here, for even the safety that you granted to us on the roads, for this gathering this morning. We acknowledge that you have known what this day is going to be like from eternity past. You know what is good and right and best about what you want to bring to pass this day, not only here in the business that transpires, but for our families, for our children, for our grandchildren, our husbands, our wives, for this community in which we live, for the county of which these people are your servants. God, I pray that you would grant wisdom and discernment to these men and women this day. Lord, through their conversations, through their debates, through the interaction and the give and take, would you please sovereignly guide these who are ultimately your servants to the best, wisest, most responsible decisions for the welfare of this county, for the good of your people. God, we pray that as a result of this meeting this morning, when it finally adjourns, these men and women might leave with a great sense of peace and assurance, knowing that they have done their absolute best with your help, with a gracious spirit, honoring one another, ultimately in that honoring you and honoring their service to our county. Thank you, God, for the seriousness and responsibility with which they take their duties. Thank you for you placing them here. Could be 1,000 other people in this place, but you've placed them here for this time, for this moment. We ask that you would honor their desire to serve this county and ultimately serve you. We ask this in the name of our Lord. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This is the November 6th meeting of the St. Croix County Board of Supervisors. We have had the invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and are called to order. The clerk will call the roll at this time.
Lois Burry. Here. Brian Hurchin. Here. Julie Spear. Here. Joel Hurchin. Here. Bill Peavy. Here. Gerald Peterson. Here. Charlie Grant. Here. Tom Dowd. Here. Chuck Mills. Here. Richard King. Here. Wallace Habhager. Here. John Mortensen. Here. Esther Wentz. Here. Jean Ritz. Here. Gordon Awesome. Here. Tom Kafflish is absent. Chuck Strumke. Here. Richard Marzoff. Here. Sharon Norton Bauman. Here. Ron Troyer.
Here.
Roger Rebholz.
Here.
Bill Cranmer. Daryl Standifer.
Here.
John Borup. Clarence Malick. Don Jordan. Ron Raymond. Cindy Leonard. Linda Lucky. Stan Kruger.
Here.
Denise Gunderson.
29 present.
Well, good morning. Nice to see you all here today. Before we get into the busyness of the schedule, a few things. Some of you were able to come up to the Government Center last week and enjoy the company of the State Supreme Court. That was quite an honor. It was a lot of fun to see them in person and know that they are truly human beings. They have great senses of humor. It was a lot of fun. They swore in Heather Wolski, who just passed her bar exam recently, and right in this room. That was quite an honor for her. Her whole family was here, and I'd have to say that was one of the nicer moments I've seen since coming to the county. They were somewhat excited, and I've gotten some information on this, that at the state level, Joint Finance passed a bill that would create the fourth judge position for the county. That still has to go through the legislature. I'm not quite sure of the timing of that, but I believe the process is, if the governor is able to sign that bill by November 15th, then that position will appear on the April ballot and would be in place by August of next year. If that timing is not met, then I imagine that it won't be on the ballot next year. It'll be on at the next election. And some other business, despite the efforts here of trying to balance our own budget and close everything up as tightly as we can for you, we are still in negotiations with our 4 ASME groups. I expect that will continue on for at least another month or so. I think those have been good meetings, and I think we've made some progress. And hopefully later this month and into December, we'll get to a resolution on those. We did have a retirement announced. Lauren Sather is submitted his retirement notice for. He is the Veteran Services Administrator. Many of you know Lauren. He's been with the county for a number of years. That process is underway. The advertising is out. Administration meets tomorrow morning, and we'll go over their plans for interviews and hiring. And finally, many of you probably were trying to follow what was happening in Madison and the state budget. There were a number of late changes that did affect the county, particularly in our ability to levy. We'll go through that in more detail during the budget presentation, and kind of let you know what the impact of those were, particularly on the levy. That is my report.
Questions for Mr. Whiting?
Okay, thank you.
The only thing I know on the agenda that is different from what's printed is that the judges asked to defer their report, which is down under committee and department reports. Judge Lundell was planning to give the report and felt it'd be more appropriate to wait and see what the progress of the status of the fourth judge is, and report probably at our December meeting and cover it all at one time. This day we do have the annual ice cream served by the 4-H, so we'll do that at a break as appropriate. And of course, our principal business is the adoption of the budget, and we'll have the presentation of it, then the public hearing that typically follows that, and then action on it. I see no reason why we shouldn't be out of here by 11:30, but As Mr. King pointed out, it all depends on how much everybody wants to say and other things. So it's a big deal for us, and it's appropriate that there be intelligent and spirited debate about it. I believe we're ready for the consent agenda. Does anybody wish to offer a motion to adopt the consent agenda? Mr. Raymond is moving it. Mr. Ritz is seconding it. Any discussion about the consent agenda? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. And opposed, nay. Passes unanimously. Thank you. We have no appointments to announce today. I believe we're ready for the budget presentation. Mr. Kruger, this is your day to shine. Yeah, we'll start. We'll make it a point not to end before 9:30.
Mr. Chairman, it's my intent to go through the total budget, and then when I'm done with the budget, we can ask questions then. So if you would save your questions till the end, I would appreciate that. This was not an easy budget. We knew that coming in. So this is the budget for 2008, presented to the County Board by our Finance Committee. We cooperated with other committees and county department heads in preparing this budget. We developed a target levy that complies with prior state levy limit calculations, being the percentage increase of the new net construction. And that was 3.012%. Then the state determined again that the new levy limit would be 3.86, or new net of construction, whichever is more. And you can see that the other counties, what their new construction is. So when we started this budget, we've gone through 3 different budget calculations from the state of Wisconsin. The county board goal setting issues were not addressed specifically, but we were fiscal responsibility. We had communications and cooperations among supervisors, staff, public, department heads. Finance tried to deal with the fiscal issues and not operational issues. We left those to the respective committees. Fiscal issues that became apparent early were, number 1, the vehicle registration fee that was dedicated to the highway funding, and those needs were approved in August of this last year, of this current year. The nursing home and the HHS budget included large fund balances that were applied to the 2008 budget. And the lack of a state budget through mid-October really put us in a turmoil. We had additional meetings because we didn't know what they were going to do. And our big thing that we're looking at this year is we need the HVAC in this building replaced. We have one chiller that's completely out. We have looked at new cost. We're talking over $1 million. And so we can discuss that later. And then we also had several new positions requested. Next slide, please. If you look at that, that's telling you what it is. You can see that our valuation is up, but it's not like other years. St. Croix County growth has slowed with the housing market slowdown. The valuation is increased, is up, but not nearly to the extent of previous years. And the Finance Committee viewed the levy as though the levy limit restrictions would still apply. point that was not totally clear until the lack of a state budget. Once the state budget was known, the committee moved the levy for the libraries and the state aid bridges outside the levy limit, because that's what the state law says we could do, and lessen the use of borrowing to balance our budget. In August of this year, the State Department of Revenue told us that our new construction valuation increased by 2.475%. They revised it in October to 3.012, which set a levy increase of $703,000, almost $704,000. And the debt service, the library levy, and the state aid bridges, those three are $936,000. So we're going to have a total levy increase for this year of $1.687 million, or a 7.175 increase. And that means that for a $200,000 house, your taxes will go from whatever it is to $22 more per year, $11 per 100,000. So that's less than $2 a month, but it's still an increase. This chart shows the equalized value of real estate by class. And if you look at the far right column, the economic condition change, it's a negative number. On residential houses. Commercial went up. Commercial is the one that saved this county this year. But the residential, the valuation, the economic change was a negative number. And I think it's important that. The other notable fact that's not apparent in this graph is that the total increase in the new valuation of the county is $578 million. When that's less than the 2006, or just less than 1/3 of the 2006. So even though residential accounts for most of our valuation, it's a lot less valuation than in previous years. You can see the growth in commercial. Again, here's another pie chart showing the new construction. Even though it looks like new construction is very large, it's 81%. It's really not the true one because of the economic change and other changes in it. If you look at the economic changes, in 2005 it was 43%, in 2006 it was 56%, and it's not that large this year. It's a lot less. It's 5%. Okay, this graph shows the annual valuation increase per year, and you can see the dip in 2007. My projections for 2008 that it's going to be almost zero. But you can see how we've gone from 800 million down to a little over 200 million in just 1 year. And you look at 2005 and 2006, it's something. And when we look at the levy limit set for 2009, where we're allowed only 2% increase or net of new construction, we're going to have some hard numbers to crunch next year. Next slide, please. This is the distribution of the property value and who's paying our taxes. And you can see that the residential value fell for the first time in recent years. It was 77% in 2002 and 2003, 79 in 2004, 80% in 2003 and 2005 and 6, and now it's down to 79%. So we're at the 2004 level, and it's a 1% decrease we're doing with the ebb and flow of the housing market. Our hands are tied. Okay, this next slide shows our equalized value is $8,268 million. But I think the important thing to look at, if you go to year about 1998, can you point out 1998 where it's just a little over $2 billion? If you look at that chart, you can almost see a 45-degree angle going up that chart until we come to the year 2006, and then it's really tapered off. You can see that where in that last dot on the top up there, you can see where 2006 is and 2007. There's just a very little increase, and that's important. You can see what happened to our valuations, our equalized value. Next slide, please. The total levy for the proposed budget exceeds $25 million for the first time. And if you remember, in 2001, I would just want to point out 2001, 2002, and 2003. We had a 14.5% increase in 2001. We had a 20% increase in 2002. We had almost a 15% increase in 2003. So we have doubled our size of our budget since 2000, of our levy. Okay, this is our mill rate, and it's up 11 cents, so you can just see it, but you can see where it was in the past years. In the late 80s and the 90s, it kept coming down. In 2000, I think it was about $3.83. It's the first time it dipped below the $4 amount, and now it came back up a little bit. Now we're just a shade over $3. We're at $3.05 this year. Okay. Now this is showing you our budget concerns. And as a finance committee, we were trying to get a fix on what the levy was going to be, levy with levy limits in place. And we tried to accommodate all the parent committees within the fiscal contents as it sees for the county. And last year, our committee, we decided to use a minimum amount of fund balance to balance the budget, figuring that the local housing slowdown would drive the state-imposed levy limit down for 2008. And that proved correct. We were correct in that assumption, and we saw it. Operational large fund balances in the Health and Human Services and the nursing home were not anticipated, but they were applied to our 2008 budget. So Health and Human Services did not have a levy increase for the year 2008 because we used the surplus. And the nursing home costs have been reduced by over $500,000 for this coming year. This and the fact that the state budget moved two levies outside the past levy limit restrictions, being the library levy and the state aid bridges, gave us as a county some flexibility in choosing our final budget. Here's some of our concerns. We're going to have over 20 new, well, there's 21 new or upgraded positions. We're going to apply various fund balances to our budget of almost $3 million. We are creating the Age and Disability Resource Center. That's between Health and Human Services and Department of Aging. We're looking, our big item is looking at the government center heating and ventilation and air conditioning replacement of $1.1 million. The useful life of that equipment was 10 years, according to our maintenance superintendent. She had a building maintenance, and we got our useful life out of it, and it's now time to replace it because it's not going to last. We're making arrangements with electrical with the Excel Energy for interrupted full fuel for the winter. On the positive side, though, our operations decreased at the nursing home. Our employee health insurance is down, and overall the county is in good health. While our bond rating still improved the past year, we still look to minimize our borrowing by going to reserve funds. The nursing home levy of is $259,000. It's down $1 million. Of course, again, remember, we're using their surplus funds up there to bring that back down. We had the new positions. The sheriff worked on reducing his individual budget. We asked him to. I think everybody in our committee was proud of the way he came back with a very professional approach to it, said he prioritized what he had to do, and it's people like that that made our job a little bit easier. We are proposing $468 million for debt issuance to offset capital outlay projects, and the human resources budget has been reconstructed. It's separated from the administrative coordinator's department, and we're making changes in there. We are doing a cost avoidance on some of these items. Okay. Here are the specific changes that the Finance Committee made from the original submitted budgets to the final proposed budget to the board that we are considering today. We dropped out the enterprise software system. That was $500,000. We are moving the chiller move to the borrowing fund. That's $450,000. They had a storage building here on this campus, and we are taking that out. And we moved a part-time position offset to a full-time position. We saved money there. We are looking at, as Chuck mentioned earlier, we are looking at the fourth judge. We have set up a reserve fund for the equipment that we need for that fourth judge's law clerk, and we have set aside designated general fund balances for that money. When that happens, which is likely to happen in August, we'll have this all put in place. But we set up a reserve in our general fund. We did not say we were going to stick it into the contingency fund. Also, throughout all these contracts we're looking at, we've settled with the LAW union positions, and the initial wage increases that we had proposed was 2.5%. We went with a final budget number of 2% for our union employees in the future, and that was reduced. That saved about $25,000. This is to show you what the sheriff reduced to get his budget down after we asked him to. So he categorized it, prioritized it, and he took out some items that he thought he could live without for this year. But you can see that he eliminated one patrol position and the security office position, law enforcement clerks. There was 2 in that position. Eliminated some overtime, the fuel, some unmarked cars. They go with the patrol positions. And he saved about $468,000. He also made some changes to the jail. He eliminated some, he made some changes in the way we're managing the jail. And that was another $102,000. And then the emergency communications. We took out the telecommunicators, the 2.7 full-time equivalents, and then we put in, we also are setting up to borrow for the radio base station. Now that radio base station is a 2-year project, so when we're done totally, that's going to cost us $284,000. There's $142 in this year's budget that we're going to borrow for, and then next year it's a 2-year project to get it done. If you look at that, the ADRC, that's that aging and that we talked about earlier, and that is like a net wash on the levy because we are taking it from, we have revenue coming in for that. And if the board does not approve these ADRC funds, they will not be used. If the board does approve the ADRC funds, other expenses in aging and health and human services will be set aside. We do not know that amount today. This is the capital outlay for the nursing home. With the continued work on the nursing home future, it's difficult to reinvest in the capital items and building improvements. But it is important to be aware of the anticipated needs of the facility and the building. So as capital improvements planning continues regardless of the funding of what's happening up there. Expense changes on the highway and the education and recreation funds. When we reviewed the budget with the highway, they were the first one to review, as usually is the case. We asked them to decrease their budget by $54,500 than their initial fund request. There's also a Parks Fund grant in there of $50,000, and if we were given notice that we would be awarded that, we'd be taking that out of the general fund balance. We did not set out anything up in this budget for that, and we will not know that if we're going to be successful on that grant. This is the expense changes in the Conservation Development and Debt and Contingency Fund. And you can see that the debt services expenditures are the same, and there's very little changes in the rest of them. This is our capital project fund, which we know that we're going to be needing to use, that we're going to borrow money on. The IT is a capital outlay, and we'll be getting offsetting revenue to match these up for borrowed funds. But you can see that's $75,000. The building services capital outlay, the $450,000 and the $677,601 is the $1.12 million that we talked about earlier for the HVAC system here in the building. And the $142,000 is only 1 year of the 2-year payment on that project. This is revenue changes from the original department budgets. As you can see, we increased the property tax levy by $1 million, where other taxes and delinquent taxes stayed the same. You can see that the Health and Human Services applied almost $950,000 of their surplus to balance their budget. And the ADRC revenues is the other offset to that item, and we don't know what that is. Transportation aid decreased also by $82,000, and that came from the Highway Department. The revenues here are including our borrowing of what we need. A side effect of using fund balance is the county has less to invest it, and therefore does not earn as much interest on the return. And that's where you see it down there where it says commercial, interest, rent, miscellaneous, $150,000. That number is mostly of interest that we are earning off of our investments through our finance department. And because we're going to use $1 million of our excess fund, general fund balance this year of cash, where our revenue is going to go down. So that's an offset of that. So whatever happens, that's what happens on something like that. Here's our surplus applied. You can see that we had timber sales on the land and water conservation. Again, you see the surplus from the Health and Human Services and the general fund for operations. So there's almost $3 million there of total revenue and surplus applied. And the total budget, if you look over there on the far side, is $93 million. So we started out at $90 million and we went up to $93 million by using surplus and other things to balance this budget. This slide shows the recent history of our fund balances of the county. The largest fund balance is a general fund. The other fund balances go up and down depending on the capital expenditures or in negative situation operational cost. Because of that, the general fund is viewed as the main security of the county fiscal needs. The audited fund balance for 2006 is the most recent, and those balances are used to determine the funds to be applied for the 2008 budget. The Finance Committee and the County Board approved the budget for 2007, and we had an effect on the cumulative fund balance used for the 2007 budget. The spike on the chart, that light blue, is why the Finance was expecting last year to use more fund balances towards balancing our 2008 budget. Okay, the county board will be given a proposal resolution to add new or adjusted positions for the 2008 budget. This slide and the next address those positions and their cost. We are avoiding cost or cost reductions are not shown on this slide. The resolution has the wage range listed, whereas in the budget these are the actual amounts that we budgeted for. This may not be the actual hiring figure, and that is determined at the time of hiring. These are the numbers we used. We did not approve every new position request. $0.2 million for all these people. And if you look at those last four positions, the ADRC, they're existing positions, and there will be some switching going on there. There'll be $0.2 million for all these people. And if you look at those last four positions, the ADRC, they're existing positions, and there will be some switching going on there. There'll be on that. The other one I want to talk about is the administrative assistant and human resources. We are going to save about $30,000, and we are going to be using. Then that $30,000 savings will be used for a Springstead study to get rid of the POG group.
to point the positions.
Yeah.
We'll get rid of the POG group without Springstead.
These bullet points touch on ADRC, the judicial, and the human resources areas previously mentioned. The board may recall having two positions, the human resources administrator last March and the clerk of court enforcement clerk were approved in August, and they were not the original part of the 2007 budget. As you can see, this is our health insurance for the represented and the non-represented staff. You can see the monthly premiums. You can also see that our premium balance has gone down. 7% for the non-represented and a little over 8% for the represented employees. And the medical eligible retirees are placed in their own ones. But remember, we are still negotiating with 4 unions on contracts for the coming year, and we are looking at changing our health insurance plan. Okay, this is our borrowing is contemplated for these expenses, as previously mentioned. And borrowing will be lessening by the use of fund balance. Given the borrow amount, the state fund trust fund or local borrowing may be the best source of funding, likely a 5-year loan. There are rates out there that we would get local banks interested in it. I know this is a bad subject to bring it up, but it's still part of our budget. It's still something we have to take care of until we can pay this thing off in 2011. And I recommend not an early payoff on any of these because the interest rate on them is so low. I mean, we can earn more money from interest income than what our interest expense is on the borrowing to pay this settlement off. Okay, legislation action removed the library's levy from the county levy limit. As you know that the libraries are closer to each other, and this does not affect the whole county. This affects the residents that do not have a library in their town or village or whatever. And we are also increasing the eligible costs from 70% to 71%. And the county commitment is going to go up $64,000. And we are paying out for other residents. And that 1% increase, going from 70 to 71%, is only $7,500, $7,506 to be exact. Now this is our sales tax comparison, and when this was done, this is done up through July 7th of this year, and you can see the difference from comparing that to the 06 budget. We're down about $148,000, and we're projecting that we're going to be lagging by about $300,000. And we have a sales tax fund balance, and we will take the excess profits out, the excess money out of there to make up the shortfall for that year. Crystal ball. Sometimes it wasn't very clear what we could see in our crystal ball this year. We are negotiating with the 4 ASME groups. We do not know the settling of what the settlement is going to be with them, but we did set up a 2% increase for that. And if that has to change, we'll have to come back and revisit the budget later once we settle with the union. We are revamping the spring set process. We're going to get rid of the POG group. And the nursing home operations still suggest a growing need for the county levy despite the drop in the levy need for 2008. Okay. We have no timetable for our borrowing for 2008, but it's important to the board to remember the budget does not mean borrowing is approved. That is the separate actions or actions later that have to be taken by the board. And one timing matter that's very important this year, remember that we have a new board inheriting this budget in April of 2008. And board members may want to consider whether it prefers this board to act on borrowing instead of leaving it to the next board to act on. And our levy limits have an inverse incentive to levy the maximum. And with levy limits in place, the Finance Committee is concerned that not levying to the maximum will hurt the ability to levy in 2009. We also know that the 2009 budget is going to be 2%, or net of new construction, whichever is greater. So next year is 2%. We can't find any more money for that. Here you can see where our percentages of distributions that make up the budget, and these are directly from the summary sheet provided to our supervisors. You can get service charges. You can see that our tax levy is almost 27% of our total budget. We get state and federal aids of 22%. And that basically speaks for itself. Then if you look at our revenue trends, for the revenue sources over the past 10 years, you can see that the tax levy, which is the top reddish colored number, you can see that it increased from about 20 million that we're now over 40 million, way over on the 1998 side. You'd see it's just below 30 million and it went up to 50 in that year for that budget, and you can see how much it's grown since that how much our tax levy is an increase of our total budget. Okay, this is the budget as proposed by the Finance Committee, and these are the levies for the major functions of the county operations. The health insurance roll is not for the employee health insurance, but is for the retired employees owed paid time off by the county in exchange for their continuation in the health insurance stage 65. The drop in the nursing home levy is notable, but could pose a levy issue for 2009 budget if it has to increase back to its recent norm. This chart shows in summary fashion where the expenses changes are happening. New positions and the ADRC contribute to the increase in the general government expense for 2008. The chiller is the main source of increase in the capital projects fund. The jump in health and human services is much in part to the new positions as well. And if you look at that bottom number, in all, the budget increases are just a little bit over $5 million, which is 5.66% increase. And remember, next year we're looking at 2% a year from now for the 2009 budget. This is the pie chart of the previous expense summary. Generally, these proportions remain relatively the same from year to year. So you can see that Health and Human Services takes 42%. Highway and county aid bridges is roughly 25%. So, I mean, you can see that we got two big departments out there that take the expenditure pie graph budget out of it. This chart is the same information laid out over the past decade. Over time, Human Services has grown at a faster rate than the rest of the budget. They almost have a 2-to-1 increase from 1998 to 2008, and you can see that by that salmon-colored graph up there, the top reddish-colored or salmon-colored. Okay, this is a general closer look at some of the departments within the general government part of the budget. The building operations is different because this year we are inclusion of the Health and Human Services and the nursing home expenses are included in this budget, and there's a corresponding revenue on the other side. Human Resources is now figured as its own budget, as it was in 2007 when we had it under the administrative coordinator's position. Workman's comp is somewhat up due to our claims paid in 2006. Our liability coverage is increasing, but not as much as in previous years, as the county was coming off our strip search. This is a partial breakdown of proposed departments. Remember, the sheriff's department had a $226,000 increase. This was after he took off that $570,000, but they've been relatively stable in there, that department. And this is the Health and Human Services portion of it. Again, we're seeing this ADRC, $632,000. It's a new department, something that has to be done. You also can see that Health and Human Services went up $1.8 million. New hires. But then you can see the nursing home was down $508,000. The reductions in the zoning and septic inspections reflect the housing slowdown in the county, and this is having a predictable impact on the revenue side of the budget as well. This is the overall size of the county budget continues to increase. In the last 11 or 12 years, it's almost doubled. And by the year 2010, I predict that we'll be looking at a $100 million budget. This is the summary highlights of our proposed budget. There's a mill increase for that. After waiting for the state budget, the levy increase is over 7%, with half being the levy limit and half outside the levy limit. The nursing home had a good year, which helped the budget, but is not likely to be the norm going forward. Finance is recommending that the board be prepared later to borrow for identified capital project items. There are 20 new or adjusted positions. 2008 will be our first year that we have the vehicle registration fee in place. And again, you look at the budget numbers on there, on the bottom, it's a $5 million increase, which is 5.3%. And Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation. I would like to thank the committee heads, the department heads, the Finance Committee, and the rest of you for this budget.
Thank you, Mr. Kruger. Next, we'll entertain questions from the supervisors of Mr. Kruger or Michelle Petrick, or anyone else who can answer your questions. Supervisors, do you have questions about the budget that you'd like to ask at this time?
On Stan or anyone, on page 2.2, that balance of public safety, what does that include, just offhand? Page 22, last item, the balance of public safety. Roger on that, slide 44. Slide 44.
There, now you can turn it on.
Try. Okay. That would include the SARA program, which is part of emergency management, and the jail improvement fund. If you look at the summary sheet that was distributed earlier, those are the smaller pieces.
Next question. Mr. Marzoff.
Mr. Chairman, the agenda indicates that this part of the meeting is a public hearing with 3 minutes per speaker, but in your response just now to the conclusion of the budget hearing, you mentioned only supervisors being given a chance to ask questions of these two people.
Finished with your mic? If you don't mind, we'll take questions from the supervisors, then we'll take the public hearing. Any other questions from supervisors? Ms. Spear.
Julie, would you turn on your mic, please?
I'll make it work. Anyway, why don't you let go of Joe and see what happens. Anyway, I found that they were very difficult to follow, and I'm wondering why we can't have explanations such as this at the same time we have received the budgets. And as you know, we had to wait for the state, then we received that, and that was another correction. It really seems to me that it would be much better to have this budget hearing in December when all these state things have come through and we have the real figures to work with than trying to work with this. Another thing I noticed was that the papers that I did receive and put in the binder, thank you to our administrator, were about half of what they were last year. So there's something missing here, and I've never had calls before in regards to the budget process. This year I've had 15 calls, and not from my constituents, on what is going on and why there's a newspaper article that then quotes our administrator, our finance director, and some of the committee members on how bad this budget is and how terrible it is. That really makes us look real good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Awesome.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for probably the Finance Committee. The first is on the HVAC system. What type of system did you decide to buy, please?
It's a geothermal system that we are going to be using about 3 acres of ground out there to drill a bunch of wells. And we're going to be looking at that to make it so that it would be for this entire complex around here, where there'll be, that future buildings could tie into that same system for heating and air conditioning.
Well, I'd like to congratulate you on that decision. I think it's a great long-term decision. I have another question. As I page through this, I made notes. Could you explain on page 14, or I guess it's page 28 of your slides, the new positions for disability specialist? You said in your presentation that they were existing positions and they were being switched. Could you just elaborate on that for us? Explain that, please.
I'll ask Fred to correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the ADRC positions would be new positions that would come with the creation of an ADRC. There is likely some changes then in the long-term support positions, as I understand, that may go by the wayside. And what ends up in the budget, since the county board has not had the opportunity to act on the creation of the ADRC or make these decisions, both sides are in the budget. So there may be some potential for some actual operational savings when a decision gets made.
But the way it's presented, are these the same salaries that are currently in long-term support HHS that are being now budgeted for ARDC?
These would be just the salaries of the new positions that are proposed for the board's approval to get them into the budget. They do not directly correlate to the long-term support positions.
On the same subject, I believe the summary here on page 45 of the handout, of the slides, which is page 23 of your handout. We have the Department of Aging and we have the ARDC. There is not a corresponding decrease in our Department of Aging with the creation of the ARDC. Could you explain that for us?
Like I said earlier, both are budgeted for in total. One will happen, since the decision hasn't been made as to which would happen. They're actually both in the budget. So there is an over budgeting if that's the end.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. I'm trying to understand. Since we haven't made a decision of how we're going to form the ADRC and whose jurisdiction it's going to be under, or if it's going to be its own department, the way I'm understanding this presentation is you're budgeting for the Department of Aging and you're budgeting for the new ADRC, and there'll be a reduction of one.
And long-term support, and there would be a corresponding decrease depending on the end decision.
So from that, can we conclude that the budget will be several $100,000 less for one of these departments than presented?
I wouldn't say assume, but one could be hopeful that would be the case depending on the final decision of this board.
Okay. On the revenue side, did the Finance Committee or the staff look out beyond the horizon a little bit on what the total revenues would be for the next couple of years and the total expenses, what the trend is? We've had this trend that we look back on, but do we have a forward projection?
Not really, other than trying to extrapolate from the recent history, which suggests that our costs keep going up and revenues seem to be found. But I think there's a concern from, I'll try to speak for the Finance Committee, that revenues may not always be there to support, the kind of expenses the county is committing to.
I had asked the clerk of court to forward you a little report she gave me on the number of foreclosures in the county. I was hoping that was going to get handed out today, or maybe it could be copied, but we've had a 400% increase in foreclosures in the county, and I guess I would just ask that we, try to do a little bit of projections on what our revenues are going to be over the next 2 years. We're proposing hiring new positions, and are we going to be in the position of having to have layoffs in the next couple of years while we're hiring now? We don't have any sense of what if, and I don't know. Just relating it to the private sector, I always have those budget scenarios in evaluating business decisions, and I think that the county would benefit by looking a little closer at what-if scenarios.
Yes, in regards to the ARDC, or ADRC, it would be nice to have comparisons that other counties are. We're applying for a grant as a pilot project here. We don't know. They all had a waiting list, I assume, and if they've been in 5 or 10 years, they must have a cost of comparison, and if the state is giving a grant today of whatever figure it might be, has that increased in the last 5 or 10 years, or are they giving or serving those people that are on the list less services? The state did not pay waiver programs since 1993. The cost of the program has either increased from the federal or from the county taxes. And I've been on the long-term support committee 12 years, and we've always had a waiting list. And I guess one of the concerns I have is that is the state going to make increases as the waiting list gets down to nothing, we'll say, and serves more people every year?
I'm sure your legislative representatives will be listening with great interest. We all have those and similar questions to worry about in the future. Mr. Raymond?
Yeah, are we going to have an opportunity to come back to questions after the public hearing, or do we have to get them in now?
No, what the process we've used in the past is we have this opportunity for questioning the staff, then we have the public hearing, then we have another cycle of full discussion by county supervisors after the hearing is closed, including debates, amendments, and whatever you'd like to do. Any other questions at this point? Mr. Mills?
Yeah, another clarification, if you will. Bouncing from page 8 to page 14. On page 8, first of all, on slide 16, the adjustments, public safety and so on, down at the bottom it says 2 of the 0.7 FTE telecommunicators. But on page 14, slide 28, I'm assuming that we have kept one of those. One has been scrubbed. So we have the full-time and then kept one of the 1.7s?
No, actually there's one full-time and the
Right.
2.7s. It's everything the committee asked for is in this budget. But remember, there is some savings offset because of reduction in overtime.
Overtime, roger on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so
It's
page 14 is as it is. They got two. All right. That clarifies it. Thank you.
Mr. Awesome.
Another question for our administrative coordinator. Have you received the bids yet on the health savings account insurance program?
There are no bids. We haven't gone out for bids. We've taken proposals of plan format that is out there, but I haven't gone for bids until we're directed to or conclude the negotiations with the unions.
And can I ask the Finance Committee members, at what point would they be entertaining directing bids for health savings account programs for county employees?
You have an answer, Stan. My own sense as a member of the Finance Committee is that so much depends upon the negotiations, the receptivity of the unions to the concept that the Finance Committee has not yet approached it or put it on a timetable. Do you have something different?
My only feeling is it would be as we negotiate with the unions, we have to get something done with that. And that's really the only time you're going to get anything from these unions, if you get anything.
Well, may I suggest that if you had the bids in hand and that the employees could look at the alternative of having a substantial amount of money in their personal savings account and what those plans offer them, that it might help it be received more favorably. But it's a matter of opinion, I guess.
Any other questions at this stage of the proceedings? Ms. Norton-Baumann.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm concerned that to make this budget work, we're taking almost $3 million out of fund balances. What's going to happen next year when we don't have those kinds of fund balances? And will we be laying off the very people we're proposing to hire this year? That's a question for whoever wants to answer it.
Well, that's a question for us all, to which there is no set answer. We can't see into the future, but it's a risk we are taking by drawing down our fund balances. The Finance Committee certainly feels that and has highlighted it in this package for that reason. Mr. Strumke, I think you're next.
Thank you. That was one of my specific questions I was going to ask also. I would like to commend the Finance Committee and all the other committees for working hard to get this budget. But of course, I must say that I'm very disappointed with this budget. This budget is way over our levies. We're not taking into account even the $700,000 the wheel tax are coming in. That's a plus up. There are some questions, though, and specifics I have. But when we get to the new hires, hopefully we can debate each one of those, and I'll be asking to debate each new position hire independent of the total package. But just if you look at dollars and you say total revenues on page 7 or whatever it is 90.5 million, and authorized levy increase next year of 2%, we're looking at less than $2 million increase next year, which might, but I don't think it does, I haven't done the math here, cover the increases in salaries. And what this budget does is it sets up next year a significant borrowing amount again, and or draining down our reserves some more. And I don't quite understand how we're planning to do this year after year. There's a problem coming as we continue to borrow and the debt continues to increase. The nursing homes reduction reserve of $500,000 approximately came from where?
I think that's a result of the operational savings that were implemented in 2006. I can't give you specifics on that. Perhaps Fred can, but those fund balances that are being referred to were fund balances available at the end of last year, and there were considerable changes made in operations at the nursing home that year.
And we budgeted for next year, total budget, $500,000 less than 2006 then?
On the expense side of the equation, yes.
But 2008, that $500,000 will be back in there because it's a one-time reduction. It's only a one-time reduction, right? So we're looking at a $500,000 increase minimum if nothing else changes at the nursing home.
I'm not sure that I necessarily agree with that, even though there are heads nodding up there. There likely would be an increase in the in the '09 budget for the nursing home from the '08 budget, just because there usually is, unless there are additional operational changes made to save costs. I think that the county saw the implementation of the Whiffley work to the point where the '07 budget or the '08 budget could be reduced. And my guess, there may be some savings at the end of this year in the nursing home, but we won't know that until the end of the year.
I think his point could be stated in a different way. There is no reason to think there'll be a fund balance ready to apply to next year.
Right, that's what I meant.
Yep.
And that's 500,000. So.
Right.
It's approximately $3 million still sitting in fund balances. Is that correct?
The fund balances applied to the '08 proposed budget is almost $3 million.
That's what I meant.
Yes.
Thank you. And we're proposing to borrow just slightly less than $500,000? Yes. 468. I commend the Sheriff's Department for their work at reducing their projections. I'm glad for that, but I asked the Public Protection Committee, reading in the minutes and talking to one of the supervisors on that committee, his vote, and I think that one of them anyway, voted for that new position with the contingent that the sheriff would dedicate 50% of that time to delinquent fines. I'm curious if that was ever agreed to.
That was not a requirement of the Finance Committee.
No. That's why I said the Public Protection Committee.
Mr. Mills?
I don't believe it was 50%. I was asking because of the procedures that we're involved in right now in collecting some of these unpaid fines, that a percentage of the time be dedicated to that. That is still up in the air because of some of the procedures that have to be followed through with about 6 or 7 different departments regarding the collection. And it's in the offing in the near future. It involves specifically a meeting with judges, court, DA, public protection, sheriff's department, and others that would be involved in the collection procedure. And yes, I did vote for the position, but I requested that a percentage of the time be used for that, if at all possible.
And thank you.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say we do not have that commitment yet. Then that's what you're saying.
Negative. Not at this
Okay.
point.
Thank you.
But it's under discussion.
If you go to page 9 in the handout presentations, you probably don't need to go there, but I am just curious where it says under Health and Human Services, it's got a washer in here for what is $79,000 for a washer?
It's $10,295 for washer. That's I'm sure that's a clothes washer for the laundry at the nursing home.
Yeah.
Is that a dishwasher or a personal?
No, laundry.
Laundry washer. A commercial size washing machine. Laundry washing machine.
But it was cut, you'll notice.
Well, I'm just curious what we were even looking at for a price there. Okay, and we'll get to the personnel. I'm going to want to talk on that quite a bit, but I think the main point of this budget is it sets us up for huge borrowing next year and using up a lot more reserve. Thank you.
As a Finance Committee member, and I'm sure the rest of the Finance Committee will agree with you, we put a budget together that we needed to shoehorn to get it in place for this year. And next year the concrete is going to be in that shoe, so we're not going to have any room to put our feet in. We're aware of that situation. It's really a big concern. I mean, when you're expending your surpluses and your general fund balances and then you have expenditures going out of sight, where is that money going to come from? Because you know that a 2% levy increase is only going to give you on a $25 million is only going to be maybe $800,000 maximum.
Ms. Norton-Baumann.
Thank you. On page 9 of the Health and Human Services information, this may seem like an ignorant question, but what is an SCI bus set?
It's a small bus for St. Croix Industries. It would be capable of, probably has an elevator type of function on it for folks who are wheelchair bound and other ways to help disabled persons on and off the bus. Mr. Strumpke, you indicated you had additional questions relating to personnel. There's no reason to hold those for a different time of the day. Although we have them on the agenda for their own separate motion, it's all part of the budget package and should be discussed whenever you're ready to do so.
Well, I can go right into it in general, and hopefully I'll stimulate some conversation here amongst people. But the 20 positions or 21 positions we're looking at are at a total of well over $1 million. Last year, I believe we had a moratorium on hiring. And it's like, okay, the gate opened up, and I'd be curious, first of all, how many applications for employees were actually turned down? Got it.
You all have this one. This is a handy way of talking about the ones that the Finance Committee is recommending based on the parent committee recommendations. Your pending question is what was cut from the requests of the committees. Does anybody have a list of the cuts?
I don't have a total number, Mr. Chairman, but I believe there was about 5 or 6 positions that were cut out of this budget. Sheriff cut 3, I believe. If any committee members can help me.
They're actually
in the slide show.
That was not known. The sheriff brought in, I'm sorry.
Go back to that one there. You go one.
The sheriff brought in a couple of positions. These are actual personnel cuts right here, made from proposals.
2.
No, there's more than 2 there.
I'm sorry.
There's a security office position, there's 4 positions, and that 2 law enforcement clerks. So there's 5 right there alone.
Must be half time on some of those or something.
Right. If you go through the rest of the budget,
There's one.
these
Those were the only ones, because those got
Okay.
added back.
these got added back in. We did have requests after the Finance Committee had requests to reinstate a few positions after their initial changes were made.
And on the .7 full-time equivalent telecommunicators, that is a reduction of our overtime expense for those positions there. Our emergency communications department had wanted those, and that's reducing overtime expense. By hiring these 2 people, we're saving some money there.
If I remember right, there was a net in cost, but the department felt they could make savings in other places for
Yes.
that.
Right,
So
Chuck?
there's a net increase of around 12,000 or something after you take this reduction of, I just had it, 49. So that works out pretty well.
Okay,
Just a general statement. In all fairness to the Finance Committee, this doesn't reflect the cuts that were made internally by many or most of the departments, perhaps. In other words, when we reviewed these things that are budget reviews with multiple departments, I know with public protection and certainly with our departments, I mean, we had the proposal and then we cut within. So this would not be reflected on there. Just a general statement.
I might direct everybody's attention back to the two slides showing the positions, because I tried to, having put some of this together, and trying to explain what reductions or corresponding changes in staffing were made with these personnel requests. Not all of them are brand new positions. Some of them replace somebody else or are simply an increase in the amount of time a position might work. So these little comments under a position tries to explain that often these positions were changes, not just straight up brand new positions. There are straight up brand new positions, but some of them are changes, and that number then becomes a little misleading. I was aware of that, but the process for approving a new position requires the resolution, some clarification on fringes and pay range. That's what you end up voting on, but I can't give you an accounting of the savings in other places in the budget, but it's going to be somewhat less than that. That number is not quite as great as it appears, although it's still substantial.
Mr. Strumke.
Now, just to continue real quick here is understanding that on sequence that we have here for the agenda, the budget's approved before we approve the resolution authorizing the new hires.
That's right, and the county aid bridges and other things. They all are, shall we say, implicit in the budget, or they are bound up in the budget, but each one requires its own separate resolution.
And the result of approving a budget and then disapproving one of the following resolutions is what?
We'd have to go back and amend the budget then.
So I would request that all the resolutions that are pieces of the budget be resolved before we vote on the budget.
Yep, that's fair. That's the way we've always done it. Ms. Norton-Baumann?
Thank you. I notice a position for public health nurse. Could someone tell me how this county has been operating currently without that position in place?
This is an additional staff member in the public health nurse department. There are 4 or so approximately now. This will make it a 4th one. Does that help? Is that sufficient? Do you want to have a follow-up question?
About that position, half of it would be paid for by ADRC, new ADRC monies, the $632,000 we are supposed to be receiving from the state.
No, but there is federal money that offsets a part of it. That should be here. We can find that in the handout.
It is in your handout. Middle of the second page, under public health nurse, right down there.
Oh, it says a half ADRC. That's a typo, isn't it? I don't think that's correct. Fred Johnson could certainly tell us. It is ADRC, so it's dependent on getting the ADRC grant or the proposal. I'm sorry, Mr. Cranmer, I misunderstood. You are correct. That's one for Mr. Cranmer. Mr. Raymond.
Yeah, I'd like to ask some questions on this ADRC thing, since we're into the question session. It looks like there's $600 and some thousand for ADRC in here. Is that just the first installment? What are we committing to when we vote today on this? Are we committing to fund the ADRC program? Are we going to come back to funding on that? And how much is that going to cost us year on year on year into the future?
Let's call on Fred Johnson, the Director of Health and Human Services, to summarize for us, even though we all know the Aging and Disability Resource Center concept is a combination or a melding of long-term support and aging functions, but pick it up, Fred.
The state put together a cost model based on actual functions performed by aging and disability resource centers that are currently functional across the state. And the allocation for St. Croix County is based on some general funds and then medical assistance billing to total $632,000. That's what would be available if we had the Aging and Disability Resource Center up and running January 1 of 2008. That likely will not happen, but a couple of months back the board did approve the county completing the application process for that funding. So year 2, 3, 4, and 5 down the road, we would be advocating that the state do cost of living increases to cover the cost of implementation of the Aging and Disability Resource Center, but I can only speculate on what that would be.
Well, following up a little bit, I guess, on some of the things Mr. Strumke brought up, we're going to create all these positions in this thing, and it sounds like we're going to hope that we get funding from the state. The budget looks like we're digging a hole, and the first rule of holes, if you want to get out of the hole, is to stop digging, and we keep digging here, and I'm concerned about that. But what happens if we don't get the funding to cover this ADRC in the future? I assume we're going to come back to the county levy because we just can't go back up and cancel something we started. So what happens?
There's at least a couple of components, again, that I'd like to just briefly hit upon with regard to long-term care reform. The county, a while back, passed a resolution for us to participate in long-term care reform, with the understanding that we would be bringing forth a resolution at some point down the road that would have the fiscal impact of that decision. Again, the long and short of that is to eliminate wait lists for our adult population that are developmentally disabled, the frail elderly, and the younger physically disabled. We have wait lists for those categories of services. We talked about that a fair amount at Health and Human Services. As a prerequisite to getting into long-term care reform, the county must have an Aging and Disability Resource Center set up. So what's been discussed here today in terms of reduction of staff in other areas, presumably long-term support and or the Department on Aging, which I can't speak to, but there would be a consolidation and governance would be decided here. My understanding is that the $632,000 is not a one-time funding, that funding would go on so that the county can process those requirements of the ADRC for information and assistance, for the gateway to publicly funded long-term care services. So I just can't tell you what the increase will be in subsequent years. I can tell you what the allocation that's available for St. Croix County today, pending the state's approval of the application. If the state doesn't approve the application, we don't get the money, we put everything on hold in terms of long-term care reform. I don't know if that answered the question, but there really are two components to the ADRC.
I guess I'm trying to bracket the costs that we're going to pass the budget. We passed a resolution saying we're going to do something in the future, and we're going to come back to another resolution. Now we're going to pass the budget, and it's got some money in here and positions and stuff, and we still haven't, in my mind, bracketed what it's going to cost us or committed that we're not going to pass the costs on to the levy, and we keep moving forward, making incremental commitments, digging the hole deeper, and I just was trying to get a bracket on it, and if we can't do that, that's an answer I can accept.
There were at least a couple of things discussed at the early stage of development of this budget, and that was, do we put the Aging and Disability Resource Center in the budget based on what we know currently, or do we leave it out and bring it as some sort of a application process later with some sort of a budget adjustment? Right or wrong, we put it in the budget process on the front end so that the board would be aware of what planning the Department on Aging and the Department of Health and Human Services is doing to eliminate wait lists and to create this new entity, which would be a consolidation of some of the services we currently provide.
Yes, and I might repeat a little bit I mentioned earlier, but the state has not paid for the waiver programs that we have in place today. Either the county is picking up the difference or the federal government. And I'm surprised when they come up with figures like this. We'd like to have some comparisons of the other counties that have done this. Have they had increases from the state to cover the increased costs for additional people coming onto the program? It's bound to be every year, and this is kind of a puzzle to me that the county's going to be paying more.
It might be worth everybody on the ADRC point to remember that the $632,000 shows up on both the expense and the revenue side. So if the county board does not do this ADRC, there's no expense and there's no revenue. Whether or not they balance, that'll be an operational thing that you can decide when the final proposal is done. But it's on both sides of the equation, if that makes sense.
Mr. Cranmer, you're next.
Thank you. On the ADRCs again, I think it is a fair question about how much the ADRCs are going to be costing in the second, third, fourth year and into the future. I'm particularly concerned because I'm not sure that the number of people, the new hires that are going to be covered under that $632,000 this year are going to be adequate to treat the aging and disabled population in the future. And one can assume a variety of things about that population, but it's certainly likely to grow in this county as a percentage of because of the aging population in general. And it appears to me that at some time in the future, we're going to, if we implement the ADRCs, we're going to have to hire new people, in addition to the ones who will be hired in the coming year if the ADRCs are implemented. What is your view about that?
Again, I don't have information to refute the concerns, and I would share them. One of the things that we did talk about with the state is that the salary and fringe that they used in their cost report or their cost planning for full implementation of the ADRC was somewhat low for our cost in St. Croix County. The thing that, at the risk of mixing the implications, the fiscal implications of long-term care reform and the ADRC, we have done some preliminary projections. We presented those to the Health and Human Service Board that the state has approved a buy-down of our county contribution to exactly what the supervisor had mentioned before, that the state has not funded all of the waiver programs. So if we're currently funding waiver programs to the tune of about $2.7 million per year, local match, to serve a percentage of the population, hence we have wait lists. The implication for that 5 years from now will be $376,000 for that same local match requirement. That's what I think we have to look at, the bigger picture of what are the implications of long-term care reform locally in terms of match, and how can we meet the needs of the ADRC. Is the state in their fiscal analysis shorting us on that end, but do we reap a lot of local benefits in regards to reduction in costs over a 5-year period of time? That's what I think we'll be charged with the responsibility of bringing to Health and Human Services and ultimately to the full county board to look at a fiscal analysis, I think that projects out 5 years. And I think we should. I think it's a good point that we would want to include the Aging and Disability Resource Center projections along with that.
Thank you. Am I correct in my assumption that the $1.2 million for the new positions does not include our almost 50% cost for fringe benefits?
It includes fringe benefits.
According to this sheet, the salaries that are listed for these positions on this sheet, page 14 of the summary, the salaries match what's on this sheet showing the salaries and fringes, but I don't see that any difference between the salaries on this summary and the salaries on this sheet. So where are the fringe benefits?
Included. And then if you look at the other sheet, it does not show, and this is also giving a range of the salaries of what we're looking at new hires for. So this is salaries plus fringes, and we have a range in there, whereas in our budget we show just the salaries. Salaries and fringes. So if we look at, let's look at the maintenance worker, utility worker, and that's on page 14. Building services replaces a part-time position. Net increase is 0.6. We're looking at $53,044. Where here we have on the budget, we have a range from $52,829 to $58,089. Do you follow that?
Well, no, I don't.
Okay, we're on page 14 of this sheet.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm not finding it on this sheet.
Okay, find it on the very first page. It's under building services, one position.
Okay, thank you.
And we're looking at one maintenance utility worker, salary and fringes. We show a range of the salary, we show a range of the fringe benefits. And those two numbers also tie up.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I explain a little bit more about this sheet? I want to explain there's 21 new positions on this sheet, but let's start from the start. 4 of those new positions, the top 4 positions, are ADRC. And Fred just explained that, so there are 4. There are 5 swaps and cost effectives, and I'm going to go down and I'll explain which ones those are. We also have some increases, and we also have 10 new positions is what we have here. So if we start on the very top 4 items, mark down those are ADRC positions, okay? The maintenance utility worker is a swap because we're going to eliminate a part-time weekend worker for this full-time position.
For the same amount of money?
No, there is an increase there.
It's not a swap.
Well,
Cost reduction.
or a cost reduction.
Not even that.
What?
It's a cost increase.
It's a cost increase, okay? But there is some savings there. We're not just adding a whole new position. The assistant corp counsel is a new position. The diversion program coordinator is a swap.
Isn't that a grant going away?
Yes, that's a grant going away. But it also replacing a temporary position. The telecommunications people, those 3 people are new positions. In Health and Human Services, the program aide, the financial assistant, the clerk typist, the chemical dependency counselor, and the economic support specialist is a full-time position, are all new positions. Okay? There's 5 there. The day services activity director is an increase. Day services activity aide is an increase. That's just an increase of a part-time position, so it's going from .75 to full-time position. The public health nurse is a full-time position, new position. The administrative assistant in human resources is a swap. We're eliminating the comp class specialist, and there is a savings there.
How much is the savings?
$30,000 plus.
However, in the budget, that $30,000 is to be spent on
For
Springstead for assistance with pointing of positions.
Yeah.
So the same amounts in the budget, but less of it is employment and more of it is contract.
The planner position is the elimination of the zoning specialist positions in the planning and zoning department. So we're eliminating one position, we're just swapping one position there. There's no. Yeah, so that's contingent on a grant. On the last page of the Sheriff's Department, we are the one law enforcement clerk that's going from a .75 position to a full-time position. And the last item, the primary services deputy patrol, is the elimination of a patrol sergeant. So that's a swap. So there are in total 10 new positions, 4 ADRCs, 2 are increased from a .75 to a full-time position, and there's 5 swaps or a cost offset. Gerald?
Stan, I can't recall and I can't quantify the offset, but with the telecommunicators, maybe Chuck can do that, there's a net offset to the reduction of overtime.
But the savings of
Thank you. I just want to try to restate it so I make sure I understand it. The 5 swap positions are essentially revenue neutral or very close to revenue or expense neutral for us?
Not necessarily. They're more of a, they might be expenditure-wise neutral, but there will be some increases, but it'll be a very small amount.
Okay. So they're close to neutral. For instance, Health and Human Services, I think, well, let me retract about that. Then we had 2 part-time positions go to full-time, and those are not a very big impact on the budget either, I would presume.
That is correct.
Okay. The 4 ARDC positions may or will likely be offset by reductions in long-term support or aging positions. Is that a correct analysis?
That's possible.
Okay.
I mean, but Fred could answer that question a lot better than I can. You're getting picked on today.
The question was the ADRC positions would be a net reduction in the Health and Human Services costs. And the answer to that is exactly what is planned. What will be important is to take a look at when we would transition to long-term care reform. So it would be dependent to some degree on when we would be alleviated of our case management responsibilities. Again, dependent on board action, but we're looking at September of 2008. And we have not completed our application for the Aging and Disability Resource Center. Long and short, that is exactly what is anticipated.
Thank you. I'm just trying to recap it. Then on the 10 new positions, I just like, as long as you're up there, Fred, for instance, we have categorized as a new position a chemical dependency counselor in HH&S. But in fact, there's no county levy because it's all paid for by grants and revenue. My question to the Finance Committee or to the department heads are, how many of these 10 new positions are covered by grants and how many are covered by new levy?
I think there's, Fred, do you want to answer that?
I'd have to get my notes to be specific with regard to each position, but the chemical dependency counselor that you referenced, I believe we have a $60,000 methamphetamine grant, and then revenue through billing medical assistance we anticipate would cover the cost of that position. So that is exactly right. We don't expect any levy to be utilized to support that chemical dependency counselor position.
On this report, if you look at your sheet, under the program aid person, the position type is new, it's full-time. The funding source is federal dollars. Therefore, it had no effect on the levy. The next one, the financial assistant, it's new, it's full-time. The funding source is the county levy. The clerk typist in Health and Human Services is county levy. The next one, the chemical dependency counselor, is no county levy. That would come from grants and revenue. Excuse me. And the economic support specialist, that's going to be half county levy grant and half federal money grant. And then the day services activity aid, which is going to full-time, is county levy. And the public health nurse is going to be half county levy and half ADRC. So we have it explained in this folder, in this sheet of paper for you people. I guess it's a lot of information, and it's very difficult to understand. And I agree with you.
Yeah, I'm still on this ADRC thing, and now that we got the position. As I understand it, the ADRC is there's grant money in there to cover the ADRC, so it's budget neutral at this point in time. So if these positions that are here for ADRC, if we weren't to approve those today, doesn't have an impact plus or minus on the budget, and it wouldn't be at all unusual to make those part of when the grant money shows up, we approve the positions. If we were to do something like that, does that cause any financial stress or undue kind of things if we kind of waited on those positions?
Well, we have a history of approving positions all at one time, as much as we can once a year. That's the part that it kind of flies in the face of. But having it contingent on the receipt of external funds is not particularly unusual for this board in our history.
I mean, I just think I said, since it's revenue neutral, and why would you approve positions today that you don't have the money for? That's what I was kind of. But if that were the case, that wouldn't cause any big ripple in the system, huh? Other than an inconvenience that we didn't approve the positions on an annual basis and we had to come back when we had the money.
I'm not aware that it would create any major inconvenience other than what the practice has been, as the chair has pointed out.
Mr. Strumke.
While this new hire stuff's a bit confusing for myself, I did some quick math, and we're looking to borrow for $468,000 plus $800 and some pennies. If we deleted all the levy-funded employee positions that are being asked for, did the ADRCs and did the sheriff's patrol, the deputy sheriff position, not the legal clerk, leave her the same, or he, we would reduce the cost of new employees to just slightly less than the amount we're asking to borrow. And I just put that out there for the supervisors to think about when we actually get to that resolution. Thank you.
Mr. Awesome.
I'm sorry, I just want to go back one more time to the new employees on county funding of them. The way I read this is that 8 of those 10 new employees are fully funded by the county levy. 2 of them are partially funded through grants or other things. So I'm wondering if we could just have, after the break, a quick tabulation of how much those 8 new positions that are not somehow having their costs offset or recouped by grants are really costing us. Because I think that, that's kind of the bottom line for us is, can we afford to hire 8 new positions? We know that 4 of them are being switched, ARDC potentially. We know that 7 of them are swaps in effect and are largely revenue neutral. But of those 8 new, our decision is, can we afford them? Are they needed enough to justify borrowing the money for them? And so I'm hoping we can have a summary of what those 8 positions are.
Mr. Cranmer.
I realize this is going to entail a little computation, but I was wondering what a no mill increase budget would look like in terms of total as compared with the current projected budget.
The committee was on course for that up until the state budget was approved, because it had, for most of the time it was reviewing the budget, the levy for the libraries and the state aid bridges in the budget under the levy. When that was changed, the committee chose to reduce the amount that it was going to put up to the board in the future for borrowing, and committed to frankly, the higher levy that was now allowable outside of the levy limit from the state budget approval. The governor's veto essentially had partly to do with that. But the process was much more oriented at the end of September to try to finalize the expenditures that were going to be in the budget, and then try to figure out a way to pay for it. And that's what finance ends up having to do more often than not, is close the gap. And that's how it was done.
Supervisor Kremner is putting his finger on what is an unfortunate and almost tragic effect of levy limits. And that is that local units of government are really almost forced to levy to the maximum, because future levy limits mean that the calculation, if there's a limit, is figured on the previous levy amount. And this is what's wrong with levy limits. It disincents our attempt to hold expenditures down, and in fact forces us to levy to the maximum to protect future options. I think that's an unintended consequence of levy effects, but it's certainly the practical effect, and it's why all of us should oppose levy limits and encourage local responsibility.
I would tend to totally disagree with the supervisor's comments. In reality, this board has not even has not been successful to live within the limits that the state has put on them. And to say that the levy limits are forcing us to borrow hundreds of thousands of dollars a year makes no sense to me. What's really going on is we can't live within those limits. We're going to the max of the levies anyway, and then we're borrowing beyond it and spending reserve dollars. It's not the levy limits forcing us to borrow to the levy limits, because we're way beyond them.
Well, the chair would like to give us the opportunity to hear from the public who are here and wish to participate in the public hearing. So we'll take that, and I think after that, then we'll take the break and go to the 4-H, depending on how long the public hearing might be. Mr. Cranmer, before we hear from the public, do you wish to be heard
yes,
again? And let me just suggest, by way of being as economical of time as we can, that for the public hearing, we don't have our traveling mic, so we'll have to ask people to speak from our, what's the right name for it, Mr. Mills? Our lectern. So those who'd like to speak in the public hearing section, if you would just kind of bring yourselves up around by Ms. Norton-Bauman there, be in a line, ready to step right up to the lectern when we open that up in just a few moments. That will be the most efficient of all. And everybody will have 3 minutes. Now to you, Mr. Cranmer.
I take Mr. Standifer's point, and I understand it, but I still think it would be good to know what a no increase budget would look like. And so I still ask for the difference between a no mill increase budget and the present projected budget. So I request that information at some point. It doesn't have to be right now.
Perhaps the finance director can work that up while the public hearing is going on or during the break and give you that number subsequently. Okay. Well, the floor is open for the public hearing. Kim, would you like to speak? This is Kim Dupre. For those of you who don't remember, please turn on your mic there, Kim.
Hello. I'm part of Miss Burry's district, so just so you know where I'm from. I just wanted to share something my pastor had always taught me growing up, is that the one thing we never seem to learn from history is to learn from history. And he probably said that 100 times. That's why I remember it. But just case in point, back in the 1980s, hundreds of mental health hospitals were closed at that time. And there were many reasons given at the time for doing that. Some of it had to do with that's not the proper way to warehouse these people, or there's cheaper options, or that's not government's role, or many of the same reasons that we're hearing about closing the nursing home today. And ironically, if you read some of the documentation from that time, one of the proposed safety nets for this mentally, chronically ill population was supposed to be nursing homes. And now so many nursing homes are starting to close. But what I thought was interesting, that in May of this year, Channel 11 over in the Twin Cities, KARE, did a report on the mental health crisis going on right now in this country. How our jails and our prisons are being filled with people who are mentally ill. Minneapolis police were attributing 1/3 of their calls to dealing with issues of mental illness. There are very few low-cost options available to deal with the recidivism typical of this population. And they estimated that dealing with just one particular citizen or a typical citizen in a mental health situation through the jails, through emergencies, was costing them $1 million a year. Now, lest we think this is just a big city problem, it really isn't. About 2 years ago, our behavioral health unit in New Richmond started a mobile crisis awareness unit, and I did the videotaping for them. So I sat in on that training session, and for 4 hours that day, I was listening to Sheriff Hillstad, his staff, and many of the law enforcement agents from your communities talk about very similar problems that Minneapolis is experiencing. And in fact, you know, the jail right now is facing a $3 million lawsuit due to the death of an inmate who is basically experiencing a mental health crisis. And now here we are about to repeat history because we haven't learned from history. Our population is aging, our life expectancies are increasing, and medical costs as well. And there'll be more and more of us that will start to outlive our assets. And where will we go? And who will take care of us when we run out of our money? I don't think Target or Walmart are probably going to step up to the plate on that. And I'm sure we could sit here and debate for days as to whether or not it's the government's role to do this type of care. But the truth of the matter is, unless we're willing to get on the bus and head down to Madison or out to Washington, D.C., to change the way our country deals with these needy populations, things aren't going to change, and we need to deal with the system that we're given. We cannot abandon the needy, and as the mental health crisis has taught us, they will not go away. And they may end up costing us even more money than what they could have if they were be properly taken care of. And as of yet, I guess I haven't really seen clear-cut numbers to prove that a private company could take care of our needy and our elderly in the nursing home cheaper than what we're doing it right now, since we have all the infrastructure in place. And for instance, the director of nursing was contracted right now, and that's costing the county nearly 5 times the cost of an in-house employee. And so I find that hard to believe that that's a real good use of taxpayer dollars for the long term. We have the opportunity right now not to repeat history and to fulfill our governmental mission to care for the needy. Let's commit to keeping the county nursing home county-owned and operated for the next 100 years. So it'll be there when you or I run out of money and need someone to take care of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Did anybody else want to speak? How about the Mac Millers? I see you back there. Did either of you wish to speak? Anybody? Mr. Matz? Anybody at all for the public hearing? Last call. Well, then we'll take a recess here for 10 minutes, and there's ice cream in the... Kim Riemann. Kim, come on up. She's brought... Kim is our UW Extension agent who works with youth. We're the only microphone we have, other than the ones at the chairs, are the ones up here. So if you're going to talk from there, Kim, shout as I'm doing now.
I am not. They're doing all the talk.
All right. Hi, my name is Rachel Wantz, and I'm from the Rolling Hills 4-H Club. I've been in 4-H for about 10 years, and my favorite project would be photography, and that reason is because I've learned a lot from it, not just about photography, but about how important it is to have those memories later. And I've won a few awards through that. I won the Grand...
You're the second in command of the Finance Committee, I think. You want the honor and glory of making the motion?
Which one do you want?
Number 1C.
Mr. Chairman, I will move adoption of the resolution.
Is there a second? Ms. Wentz seconds it. We'll need to have a roll call vote, of course. Are you ready to vote? Okay, any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Norton-Baumann.
Thank you. I thought that we were going to approve the resolutions 2, 3, 4 before we approve the whole budget.
No. But we're wide open for discussion about the budget. Remember, they're all linked. They're all dependent upon each other. So when we pass one, it's a formality to pass the others. So what questions do you have about the budget? That's number 1C. Anything you want to change or amend? Delete some personnel, add some. Got a favorite project? The floor is open. We don't have earmarks here, but we do have amendments. Additional expenditures need extra revenue, of course. Mr. Awesome.
Mr. Kruger, did you have a chance to have that summary of the 8 new positions?
No, we're still working on that.
Okay. I would ask that we have a review of the 8 new positions and what their cost is relative to the other position requests before we vote on the budget.
Because we had a total of 10.
As I understood it, they were the building services position.
Okay.
The corporation counsel position.
Okay.
The emergency communications positions. The health and human services program aide, financial assistant, clerk typist, day services activity aide, and public health nurse.
How about the chemical dependency counselor?
The reason I didn't include that is it's totally outside the county levy. It's all paid for by grants and revenue.
Okay, and there is a swap on the maintenance utility worker. That would not be...
So let's delete that. So you'd have 8 new full-time positions that aren't swaps or paid for in other categories. I believe...
I would like to talk to Mr. Mills or Casey and the telecommunications people. They're new positions, but we swapped out overtime to get these positions added. Isn't that correct, Chuck?
Right, on that, yes.
So I wouldn't classify those as new positions. That was a swap of overtime hours for these people. So I think that's a zero effect on the levy. You follow me?
Well, that was the debate I was hoping to stimulate. What really is new positions and what is, I think, probably attempts by our staff and our committees to save money and do things more efficiently. Okay. So,
I agree with you. The assistant corp counsel is a new position. I agree with you that the program aide, the financial assistant, and the clerk typist is a new position. That affects our levy. I also agree that the day services activity aide is a well. That went from a part-time position to a full-time, which is a 0.25 increase, and we would have to figure that. And then the public health and nurse is a full-time position. So those are the only ones you want figured into that number. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. I'll come back with that.
Mr. Chairman, before the recess, Supervisor Strumke asked the question, would it not be possible to go over the resolutions that we subsequently are going to vote on in order that, predicated on any changes in those resolutions, we could then either vote in favor of or against the passage of the budget? Unless I didn't hear you correctly, I thought you said we will do that. I would like to ask the county clerk to please read what she typed as your response to Mr. Strumke's
Let me make it easier for you.
Could I please have my request respected?
It's not necessary to read back.
Could I please have my request respected, Mr. Chairman?
I'm going to rule you out of order in that respect, Mr. Marzoff, and offer instead that we will look at each of the resolutions as much as you would like to. That's what I meant. The floor is open to consider them all.
That's not what you said.
I'm sorry that I didn't say it that way. Would you like to say it for me in the way you find best?
That's why I asked the clerk to please read the recording.
We will go over the resolutions that are before us in any order in which you would like to do it, because they're wrapped up in a package. And when we pass one, it implies the others. So we need to understand them all. And we'll do that as people wish. So ask your questions about any of the items, and for purposes of clarity, that would be 1C, 2, 3, and 4. You have some numbers?
Yes. Gordon, in regards to your question for the rest of you supervisors, the total of those new positions that we classified as new positions is the Assistant Corp Counsel, the Program Aide in Health and Human Services, the Financial Assistant. What?
It says federal dollars.
Okay. So that's even less than. The Financial Assistant, the Clerk Typist, the day service activity, which is that increase, and then the public health nurse, and we took the full salary of the public health nurse. That total is $277,263. So it's not quite $300,000. That's wages and benefits. You can have it, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up, Mr. Awesome?
I don't mean to beat this to death, but on the face of it, the budget says we're hiring 20 new employees. But when we get down to analysis of it, we are switching job positions with swaps, or we are perhaps creating some new positions that are fully funded by federal dollars or state dollars. And when we cull it all down, the new position requests are 5 positions for $277,263. Is that correct?
That is correct.
We sound a lot more reasonable as a county board when we put it in that perspective that we're proposing in a county budget 5 new positions rather than 20. So anyway, thank you for your clarification.
Yes, from time to time our memories get a little short, and it was mentioned about possibly some of the human services long-term people would be falling into the ADRC positions. It would be interesting to have a report back several months from now, a year from now, or whatever that way is, to see how this might work out. And that way, we here today, but a few months from now, things change, and we'd like to hear back on the situation.
I'd like to go back to the $274,000. Would you also go through all the other employees that I think it's misleading when we say it's a position swap, because that implies there's no additional cost. So go back through those positions that are being moved from part-time to full-time, or moved around, and add the cost of them into that while we're continuing to discuss this. And then in relationship to the question that's been brought up here, it is that Supervisor Marsdorf brought up. I think this would be better if we would actually, somebody, introduce a specific resolution so that we can focus our conversation on that instead of jumping all over the place, approve or disapprove that resolution before we move to the next one. And like I'm talking about is number 2, the county bridge aid, number 3, county aid construction. If we could look, I mean, they're being presented as a resolution. That implies that they should be brought to the floor through the whole process and approved or disapproved.
Well, let me interrupt you to say that 1C has been moved. The resolution adopting the 2008 budget and approving other expenditures, this handout, has been made and seconded.
But as our previous discussion was, and I can request to table that until we go through the other ones here, but what I did bring up before was to not do that, and I believe that's why Mr. Marsdorf, or Supervisor Marsdorf, brought that up. What we were going to do is what I'm just asking.
Would you like to talk about number 2? As I've just said, the floor is open for it.
Well,
number 3, number 4.
Okay, I would
But
request.
remember, they are interconnected. A part of 1C is for county aid bridge construction.
Well, it's not listed in that format. It's listed as its own resolution.
Exactly. So ask your questions about any of these.
It's
it's the same thing we've done every year for the last 2 decades.
Well, we've never had such a budget to discuss here, and to have so many different resolutions. I would like to set aside the resolution C, 1C, and go to 2.
Ask 2. What do you have to ask about 2?
I don't have anything, and if nobody has any discussion on 2, then I will move that we discuss 3, but not everything at one time. We're not voting on the resolutions as it says here, and as we actually have handouts in front of us for. If we pass the budget, there's no need to go to those resolutions, as you stated before when I asked you the question.
Well, let's try not to get wrapped around the axle, if you'll permit a transportation model here. What we're trying to do is talk about and understand the total budget, and then we have to do some formalities of adopting its pieces. So let's talk about the whole package, as we usually do, because it's all related. Mr. Marzoff.
If I'm not mistaken, item 1C has been moved and seconded, and that takes precedence over any subsequent discussion of the further resolutions on this. Yes. And when we vote, I would like to request a roll call vote on item 1C.
Oh, absolutely. All of these require roll call votes. So we will definitely have roll call votes. And you are free to talk about the County 8 bridge construction number 2, the number 3, and number 4. We've been talking about number 4, new positions, at great length here, and we'll continue to do it until you're all ready to vote.
I move the question.
You are suggesting that we should end the discussion. Ms. Norton-Baumann had her hand up.
If I'm permitted to speak now?
You are.
Is that correct?
Yes.
I need a clarification for myself. If we vote on 1C to approve or adopt this budget, will we then be able to vote on 2, 3, and 4 as they're listed on our agenda sheet?
Yes, we have to.
Okay, so if we approve the budget as a whole, the way it's presented, and we then, let's just talk about number 4, the new positions we've been talking about, we then decide when discussing number 4 that we're not going to approve all those new positions, what happens then? When we've already approved it?
Then we'll have
we
to
amend the budget?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Then we'd reconsider the budget. So first, talk about number 4. You know, if you have some proposals to amend the budget based on positions, this is a good time to talk about it. Mr. Awesome.
I would like to propose an amendment to the budget to eliminate the 5 purely new positions proposed from the county budget.
Is there a second? Is there a second? There is a second. Mr. Habeger, discussion of the proposed amendment to eliminate the 5 new positions. Ms. Wentz.
I think as the county board is well aware, we had some issues at Health and Human Services dealing with accounts receivable. And as a result, we lost quite a bit in revenues that were not sent out in a timely manner. One of the reasons we have asked for this financial assistance is the fact that we would like to improve the service that we are giving. We've been working shorthanded there for quite a while, and as a result, we did incur a lot of losses. One of the reasons we put the financial assistant in there and the clerk typist was the fact we thought we could improve our service and therefore save us writing off revenues that otherwise would come to us. So keep that in mind as you're voting and thinking about delaying and getting rid of some of these positions. Would you rather lose money or would you rather have money coming into our coffers? I wouldn't call it a swap, but I certainly would call it a way to manage some of the things that were wrong before.
Mr. Strumke.
I was going to amend it, but what I will do is I'll offer my own motion after this voting goes.
I would like to comment on Supervisor Wentz's statement. I too, at Health HHS, supported the new position for financial assistant and clerk typist. However, I think we are currently doing that through some outsourcing. We're doing the same thing to catch up on our accounts receivable problem. And I think it was also related to our software system and perhaps some of our internal controls as was suggested by our CPA firm. So although I supported those new positions at the HHS board budget hearing, given our overall financial position in the county and the fact that new employees and fringes largely drive the budget and will in the out years, and that we're going to face potentially laying people off in the next couple of years that we would hire now, I'm reversing my support at HHS of those new positions. And I wanted to explain that to, in particular, Chairman Wentz.
Mr. Cranmer.
I'm not sure. Is it appropriate to request the answer to my question about the mill rate increase at this time, or should we wait until the entire budget resolution is before us again?
This is certainly a good time for the request. Does anybody have the answer?
The answer is you would have to reduce levy and expenses by $1,422. 901,422.
And that would be the amount to reduce this proposed levy to be the equivalent of last year's mill rate. I'd like to be sure that we understand which 5 positions Mr. Awesome's amendment proposes to remove from the budget. So let me summarize that for everybody. On the in working with this sheet or these 2 sheets, the corporation, the assistant corporation counsel position in the middle of the page. On the second page, the financial assistant, the clerk typist, the quarter of a day services activity aide. Still doing all right?
Correct.
And the public health nurse, even though that's half ADRC. All right. So everybody understands the amendment? Further discussion about it? We'll do a roll call vote. After discussion, is there more discussion? Ms. Gunderson.
I'm just wondering, Supervisor Awesome said there was outsourcing. Has there been a look at any of these positions and the outsourcing possibilities that the county would possibly have in outsourcing rather than creating a new position?
Well, the Finance Committee did have quite a discussion about the potential for outsourcing the financial assistant. Isn't that right, Ms. Wentz? And concluded that did not look attractive. It's unlikely to produce the same results for the same cost. Ms. Wentz?
I think that one of the issues with a contract employee is that there's a great deal of training that must take place, especially in putting together some of these materials that have to be sent to either Medicare, Medicaid, private insurance companies. And there's a whole learning curve there, and when you have a contract employee, they don't often stick around once a better job comes up. So we get them trained, they work with it a couple of weeks, and they're gone. So there's no continuity. What we're looking for is continuity so we don't get into the same problems that we had before with accounts receivable. We want our bills out in a timely manner. We want to have them accurate and timely. That's our goal. Contract services just do not provide that.
And I wasn't in the room when the Finance Committee met with the Corporation Council to discuss the idea of some option other than hiring a new assistant corporation counsel. One of you who were there may be better able, but I gather that you didn't consider contracting out the legal services to be an attractive option. I suppose for similar reasons, inefficiencies, turnover of personnel, inability to respond quickly, things like that. Anybody want to? Am I on the right track?
Yes, you are.
Ms. Spear.
Could I have an explanation beside this? It says possible 20,000 reimbursement. Could somebody explain what that might be?
As I recall, that had to do with the child support work, which, as you know from your work in your committee, is partly reimbursable by the federal government, and Mr. Gillum's time is partly reimbursed. It was anticipated that this new position would do some work, although not all the same work as Mr. Gillum, but some of it, and then that would be reimbursable. Mr. Awesome.
I'd like to comment on the outsourcing. I think that it's an area that we haven't explored adequately, and my understanding is, for instance, the Sheriff's Department has outsourced for nursing services. These are some of the subjects we've discussed at committee level, but I don't think we've really examined the alternatives thoroughly. But that aside from this debate of the 5 new employees, the issue is that we're facing a reduction probably in the tax base in the next couple of years. We have record foreclosures, we have declining home values, probably a leveling off or a decline of commercial property tax rates, and that's what we're facing in the next couple of years. And since new employees and the health care costs are what drive the budget, I think that it would be wrong to hire people now that we are going to potentially have to cut back out of their areas over the next 2 years. I'm sure all of these positions, have justification, but in the big picture, we need to look at the cost of government and what the taxpayers can afford to pay and what the increases in the future may be. And with a 25% growth rate in the population, our government, if I read our budget right, has grown by almost 200% in the same time period. So, or our county levy has. It's leveled off the past couple of years, but it's going to decline in the future, likely. So, those are my comments. Thank you.
With respect to your amendment, it occurs to me that if it would save, if I got the number right, $277,000 from the levy, you didn't address what would be done with the revenue. Did you have any desire to make that a part of the amendment, or was it your thought that it would automatically reduce the borrowing, or that it would reduce the drawdown on the reserves, or just leave it to a later county board meeting, or any ideas?
Well, I think it would be prudent to reduce the borrowing or the drawdown on the reserves, and I think that should be a matter of debate here amongst the members.
So we could take a subsequent amendment to the budget if the first one passes. Any more discussion then? Do you have something to say?
I guess my only question is that would not reduce the levy, correct?
I think that my motion did not include a reduction at the levy, and I think there may be other motions after this, but or other discussion about whether we reduce the levy. But Mr. Standifer's comments about us being in an even worse position next year if we don't take this action on this levy, I think have to be considered in whether we reduce the levy now.
Mr. Standifer also pointed out the reason why the Finance Committee recommends the maximum levy that the law allows, because that, of course, sets our base for next year, where the law says we will only have 2% of the new base. So if we pass the opportunity this year to levy the full 3.86, it'll never come again. Understood by all? Ms. Norton-Baumann.
Thank you. So if we vote to not hire these 5 new positions, and we do not vote to reduce the levy, would this $277,000 go into our surplus fund?
Actually, no, because you haven't collected it yet. You would simply reduce expenditures and revenues. The question on the revenue side is, where do you reduce an equivalent amount? being the borrowing, which is where the Finance Committee went on 2 separate occasions as the state budget was developed, and I believe that's what Mr. Awesome said he preferred.
I'd like to call the vote.
Thank you. One of them is a quarter position, the other are full-time equivalents. Oh, question, Mr. Cranmer.
Could you go back through and list which ones they are, because there seem more. Oh, I've just been handed a. Well, still, I think it would be good for the.
Well, if you don't know, there may be others who don't know. So let me do it again.
Yeah.
Working from this handout. The first one is the Corporation Counsel position. The others are all in the Health and Human Services section on the second page, the back of the first page. The second item, the financial assistant, the clerk typist, the day services activity aide, which is a quarter of a person, and the public health nurse, which is a half. Half ADRC, half levy. So a yes vote is to remove these positions from the budget. A no vote is to leave the budget as it is. Call the roll, please.
Clarence Malick?
No.
Don Jordan?
Yes.
Ron Raymond?
Yes.
Cindy Leonard?
No.
Linda Lucky?
Yes.
Stan Kruger?
No.
Denise Gunderson?
Yes.
Lois Burry?
No.
Brian Hirchin?
No.
Julie Spear?
Yes.
Joel Hirchin?
No.
Bill Peavy?
Yes.
Gerald Peterson?
Yes.
Charlie Grant?
Yes.
Tom Dowd?
No.
Chuck Mells?
No.
Richard King?
No.
Wallace Habhager?
Yes.
John Mortensen?
Yes.
Esther Wentz?
No.
Gene Ritz?
No.
Gordon Awesome?
Yes.
Chuck Strumke?
Yes.
Richard Marsloff?
No.
Sharon Norton Bauman?
Yes.
Ron Troyer?
Yes.
Roger Repholz?
No.
Bill Cranmer?
Yes.
Daryl Standifer?
No.
The motion passes. The budget is amended to remove those positions. And the floor is open. Mr. Strumke?
Okay, I know that's painful, especially when you take 5 positions, because, you know, the perception is many different committees and organizations are getting their cow gored a little there. I commend the board for their consideration. I would like to move that the maintenance utility worker position be removed.
Is there a second? Is there a second to an amendment to remove the maintenance utility worker? Seconded by Mr. Awesome. Discussion? Mr. Strumke.
This was the question I asked, I believe, before break, which was the part-time positions. If we look at the borrowing, which is where, if it's necessary, I'll make the motion to take this funding out of the borrowing amount so that the levy does stay full. But that was approximately 274, though the chair said 277. Out of the borrowing, that leaves 194 $50,000. One of the questions I asked earlier was these partial, which we were calling swaps and everything else, most of them, I believe, still incurred a cost. So if finance would tell us what is the actual cost from converting the present utility worker to this position, we'll know how much we're talking about in savings.
The new position cost in the budget is $53,000. We removed the part-time weekend custodian position, which was previously in. That was $10,500. So you are looking at a additional cost of $51,945.
I thank you.
41. 41.
Okay, it's 42,556. $42,556 is the net effect of that one.
So I would be correct, so that the supervisors all know that if they vote yes for this, it would save the county $42,556.
That's my understanding of what we've been told.
Yes, that's assuming that you add back that part-time person for the weekend work, correct?
Well, I would think that that would just be maintained, and that we're not voting on doing away with that position. We're just doing away with increasing it to full-time.
Well, is the net 32,000 then?
No, it's 42,566.
Okay.
It's 53,000.
So
044.
All right. Let me just see if I can summarize it. This amendment proposes to continue to spend $10,500, but to not eliminate that part-time position and hire somebody at $53,000. Nope, you say it.
No. It's to eliminate the full-time position of the 53,044 and keep that person on as a part-time weekend worker.
Yes.
Understood. Mr. Stanford.
I think it would be wise to call on Art for more specific clarification, because my recollection is that it's not just the net of the 10. There's an offset of additional overtime dollars that if the full-time position is there instead of the weekend on-call position, which ramps up overtime, it's a different quantification, but I don't remember the specifics.
You'll have to come all the way up to the lectern, Art, which will give you time to think about your response.
I can still say this for 4 minutes. Good morning. The position that Building Services asked for in the maintenance utility budget is just what Supervisor Sanford had stated. There is going to be reductions in overtime. Right now we have a lot of things that are going on up at the New Richmond campus, up at the nursing home. We have needs which are in a 24/7 operation in the jail. Our hopes are that we're going to cut back on the overtime at the jail, be more proactive than reactive, and also, be more efficient in what we're doing. So it's just not the idea of the $41,000 or $42,000. We're also cutting back on our overtime, and we're also trying to stave off problems that we have in a 24/7 operation, either up at HHS or at here at the government center and in the jail. So it is, like again I say, it's just not the 41, 42.
How much overtime did we pay last year, please, roughly?
If I'm not mistaken, budgeted was $12,000.
Just how many employees do you have?
Right now, we have, with our lawn care up in New Richmond and with our weekend individual here, we have 16.
16.
16.
For how many? 1-6, right?
1-6.
Okay. And how many? That's here, New Richmond,
Baldwin Ag.
Baldwin Ag.
Mm-hmm.
3 locations.
3 locations.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Ms. Norton-Baumann?
Thank you. Just for clarification, can I ask if you could give us some certainty that if we add this position, that you would be able to cut enough cost out of your department to cover the additional $42,000 of this full-time position?
One of the things that I talked about with the director up at HHS just earlier during the break was window replacement up at the nursing home and HHS. We're looking at probably a $100,000 change in our windows up there and secure. By programs that we've enacted lately and the rest of it, we're looking at a cost savings on that of almost $90,000 by putting this one person in because of the way that we can rework the windows. We're experimenting with 10 windows right now out of the hundreds that we have up there to reduce those costs. Without that happening, it cuts back. You retool, you restructure, and some of those projects won't be done. So we're trying to save the county money. This is one of the ways we thought that we can do it. This position won't only be used here at the government center and at the jail, but it'll also be used up at New Richmond. It'll also be used at Baldwin Ag. We've been asked by nutrition to save costs on their expenses by taking a look at their equipment that they use on a daily basis and trying to save the county money by doing it in-house rather than putting it out for bid.
Was that a yes?
Yep, that's a yes.
Mr. Marzal.
I noticed in the recent minutes from the Health and Human Services Committee meeting that there was discussion about the windows. And the question comes to mind, do you know what the projected cost savings in heating and air conditioning?
At this point, I honestly don't know at that one. But I do know that we have trouble with leakages on windows. My lead worker up there has done 5 windows already. I will be going up to inspect them tomorrow. His interpretation to me is that they're sealed as tight as what new windows are, and they do not need to be replaced. And we are using those. We wish we could do more, but we are doing as many with the staffing that we have right now.
I find it difficult to understand that hiring a $42,000 employee, if I understood you correctly, in window replacement, you were going to save the county $90,000.
My point was that it was one of the areas that we would be looking at to save because we'd have extra workers to do this work.
$90,000.
That's what the projection is right now.
And how do you save $90,000 with one more worker? How do you do that?
By getting the work done. Right now it's not being done. And that's part of the thing is prioritizing our work. It's one of the things that I'm doing since I've been here in the 3 months is prioritizing on how we do our work, what's costing us the most, what needs to be repaired right now.
I understand that, but if the windows didn't get replaced, how much is the cost of the windows next year? Did you say $100,000, I think was the figure you said?
I think the figure that was brought up.
So are you saying to replace the windows and have an extra worker to do it, the cost is neutral, almost?
No, what I'm saying is
doesn't make sense.
What I'm saying is if we do replace the windows, it'll be $100,000 if we have to do that. If we can find cost-saving measures to implement that we don't have to, that we can get extended life out of those windows, that we don't have to put more money up into New Richmond campus, that's what our goal is in building services, to find ways to save money and create ways to be more efficient.
So if we give the your department another employee at $42,000 for actual net cost of $32 plus. Oh, yes, sorry, 42. We're going to then allow you to have an extra employee to replace the windows. So next year's cost, by giving you this employee, is $142,000.
I think he's comparing contract service versus in-house service. That's the way I make sense of those numbers.
Then what's the in-house cost to replace those windows versus $100,000 contract cost?
Cost of material and time that we estimate, and again, I can have those better numbers after I'm up in New Richmond tomorrow, but right now what we're looking at is we're looking at $5,000 to $10,000 for those windows to repair and to reseal the windows and get longer life and longevity out of the windows that we have up there now at a cost savings to the county.
And so you can't do that with 16 employees now?
Depending on the workload and depending on what comes up. We've got prioritizing to do and to get things straightened around.
I guess my point to you, supervisors, all of you, is that we have a problem here in this building with this heating and air conditioning system. If that goes out, the sheriff is going to have a lot of problems with these prisoners, and we're going to have to start transporting to another location if we can't keep the heating and air conditioning system going. And that priority is number one. That's $1 million, $1.1 million. Let's not forget that. And I think it's very important that he's doing the job. He's recommending to the Finance Committee what has to get done. We also have to look at this total building. And this building is very important to the county. And if we can save the money, I believe we should keep this person on and save the money.
Don Jordan?
If I might just clarify it, yes vote is eliminated.
Yes.
A no vote is
Keep it in the budget, right?
I vote no.
Ron Raymond is gone. Cindy Leonard? No. Linda Lucky?
Yes.
Stan Kruger?
No.
Denise Gunderson?
No.
Lois Burry?
No.
Brian Hurchin?
No.
Julie Spear?
No.
Joel Hurchin?
No.
Bill Peavy?
No.
Gerald Peterson?
No.
Charlie Grant?
Yes.
Tom Dowd?
No.
Chuck Mills?
No.
Richard King?
No.
Wallace Habhager?
Yes.
John Mortensen?
Yes.
Esther Wentz?
No.
Gene Ritz?
No.
Gordon Awesome?
Yes.
Tom Keflish? Chuck Strumke?
Yes.
Richard Marzoff?
No.
Sharon Norton Bauman?
Yes.
Ron Troyer?
Yes.
Roger Repholz?
No.
Bill Cranmer?
No.
Daryl Stanifer?
No.
Clarence Malik?
No. The amendment fails by a vote of 20 to 8. What are your wishes? Let's give somebody else a chance. Ms. Lucky?
In years past, when we've added new positions and the funding source was from outside of the county levy, we have normally put a sunset clause in the resolution so that position would have to be looked at again. It sounds very nice that something's getting a grant or whatever, but those tend to disappear. And, then we have an employee and this is growing like topsy. So was any consideration, was that discussed at all, of having a sunset clause?
it was discussed. It seems to me that there are probably of our remaining list, there would be one Health and Human Services program aid, which shows federal dollars. There would be the Economic Support Specialist, which is half federal money. Chemical Dependency Counselor, yep. And in Planning and Zoning, the one which is dependent on the St. Croix River Crossing Mitigation Program. The law enforcement are, the two that are remaining are all county levy, right?
I guess I would make a motion to amend this to have these that are dependent upon outside sources sunset when if the money disappears from the outside source, and that they be reconsidered at that point again.
Okay, let me restate it. The motion is to put sunsets if the outside money disappears on these 4 positions. Under Health and Human Services, the program aide, the Chemical Dependency Counselor, Economic Support Specialist, and under Planning and Zoning Department, the planner. Did I summarize that correctly? Any discussion about that? Maybe we don't need a roll call vote, but is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman, for the record, that is correct. That person does not get hired until that bridge project actually starts and we have the money from state, federal, wherever it's coming from. I believe it's $5 million. Then we hire that planner, and when that project is done, that planner is done.
So you would not object to a motion like this, which simply makes formal what you had already planned?
No objection.
Right. Any other discussion on that? Can we do it with just a voice vote, or let's try it and see if it's close, huh? The amendment is to make those 4 positions sunset, as previously stated, when their funding might dry up. All in favor, vote aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. That's unanimous. Okay, good. Where would you like to go next? Mr. Cranmer.
Just a point of clarification. The public nurse, half of the public nurse was going to be funded by the county levy and half by the ADRC grant from the state. I assume that the ADRC half would be still in force, and it would be the other half from the county levy that under the previous, or the motion 2 previous, that X'd out the half of the, included the public nurse along with a series of other health and human services positions would still remain. Is that correct?
I don't assume that, no. I take it that approval of that position was withdrawn by that vote. Yes, Mr. Kramer.
In that case, I move that the half of the position of the public nurse in the Health and Human Services that would be funded by the ADRC funds still remain.
That's a motion to reconsider, I believe. Are you alert, Greg? That needs to be made by a person who voted in the majority, but seconded by anyone, I think. And a majority vote is sufficient. Okay.
Yes, and I did vote in favor.
All right, is there a second to reinstate that with the understanding it would be reinstated as a half position with the ADRC money when that comes along? Is that
Awesome.
okay? Ms. Norton-Baumann gets the second. Discussion, Mr. Strumke?
I guess I need to know that that half funding is given to the county even if the position is half-time.
That's a good point. And I realize that I need to call for a vote on the motion to reconsider before we get to the merits. So I'll treat your motion, Mr. Cranmer, as a motion to reconsider with respect to that particular one. And Ms. Baumann, and if the vote is affirmative by a majority of us, then we'll get into the actual debate of making it work or not work and up or down. Okay. Is that clear enough for government work? Okay. All in favor of reconsidering the public health nurse should vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Nay. The ayes have it. We will reconsider. Now, the thing to be reconsidered is the half ADRC and what that means, right? Mover and seconder?
Yes.
Let's see how best to state the measure. So if the ADRC money, how was it to be? Was it to be half of a salary, or was it to be for 6 months? Or do you know, Fred, how half salary, Jennifer says?
We could do a contract.
So it could be done with a part-time employee if anybody would take that kind of a job, or some sort of a contract substitute, I suppose, if anybody would take that. That was already discussed by Health and Human Services and rejected. All right. I hope I've helped to clarify rather than muddy it. You're first, Mr. Awesome.
Thank you. I think this relates to the larger issue of looking at what the government should do and how it best can do it. The ARDC can contract with private sector for nursing services. It's something that is done commonly by major corporations, school districts, I believe by our sheriff's department. And we don't need to hire a county employee with all of that commitment to that person and to the future budget of the county for this. We don't know how the ARDC is even going to look as it gets organized. So I don't think that we need to do this at this point, and that we can react to it at the appropriate time without having to hire or commit to hiring a county employee. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, would that be your understanding if an ADRC comes along and we receive a state allocation for it, could we provide the services with a contract nurse instead of an employee nurse?
I don't know specifically, but I don't believe whether it would be an employee or a contract would matter to the state. We would have to put that in our application. Yeah, ask.
Let me get another clarification from you, Michelle. Is the money otherwise available in the budget, that 600 and something for the ADRC? Does that include the amount for the public health nurse so that the money is there? If we get the money from the state, it would be used for this purpose? Or if the desire of the board is not to create an employee but to allow a contract, is the money already here, or would they need to put the money in?
The way this position is currently in the budget, it's 100% in the HHS expense line. 50% is revenue, because the assumption is that HHS would bill the ADRC for half that time, and the remaining half is on the levy.
if the board wants to be able to provide a half-time nurse using ADRC funds, we will have to add into the budget half of a salary or something like that. That's not there currently because we've taken out the whole public health nurse allocation. All right, I hope that clarifies it. You're next, Mr. Awesome.
Well, maybe I didn't understand how Ms. Petrick explained it, but I think that if HHS is contracting with ARDC, that $630,000 in funding for ARDC was going partially to HHS, so that we've already approved the funding for a public health nurse or a contract nurse for the ARDC. Is that a correct analysis, Ms. Petrie?
That's not what I heard. Jennifer, do you want to weigh in on this as well? Come on up and confer. Well, the question is, now that we've eliminated the public health nurse from our budget, have we eliminated all of the money so that we couldn't contract for public health services, public health nurse services? This is Jennifer Pempek, for those of you who might not know her. She's Finance Director in Health and Human Services Department.
Hi. To answer to your question, we had our budget approved with all the positions in it as it was presented. Now
one's been eliminated.
It's been eliminated.
With it went its money.
It would have to be put back in then if it's already taken out.
Because the 600 and something was for the 4 ADRC positions on the front page, right? Oops. I don't know if you've even seen this handout that we're working with. Do you agree we need to know the answer before we can vote on this? No. While she's studying that, Ms. Norton-Baumann.
Thank you. I have a question about this ADRC and the functioning of it and the 2 departments that will be involved in it. So far, we've been talking about Health and Human Services and their funding and their people and their positions as they merge into ADRC. What about the aging department? Don't they play a role in this too?
They do. Can you give a succinct explanation, Ms. Wentz? Do you wish to? Try? But, yes, long-term support is a part of Health and Human Services currently. Aging is not. But from the budgets of each, the state would allow us to supply staff, right?
It's supposed to be a collaborative endeavor where both departments will work together to create the ADRC, and both will have input into it, and the governance is the stickling point right now. We know what we want to do, but we have to figure out how the governance of these 2 committees will work as far as the ADRC goes. And that was the subject of a long session yesterday afternoon here in Hudson on the training for the ADRC.
But from the county's fiscal point of view, the ADRC would look like incoming money, wouldn't it, from the state? Now, a different name for money we've been receiving as state aids in other forms in the past. Okay, so the question is, does the incoming money that we forecasted include enough to let a contract for a half-time public health nurse, or doesn't it? If it's not in there, then we've eliminated it from the budget by dropping that 1 position. But if you want to be able to provide the service, then we need to put some money in.
This might help answer the question. The way this budget was built, the ADRC was budgeted in the total revenue of $632,000, which we anticipate the grant to be. There was a corresponding $632,000 total expenses budgeted. Now, the assumption is it's these 4 positions plus half of public health. My understanding, based on your earlier motion to remove the 5 positions, removes the full public health nurse and removes half of that, which is in program revenue. In essence, HHS would receive recovery from the ADRC. It doesn't change the grant revenue nor the grant expenses for the ADRC.
Does that seem to make sense to you, Jennifer, with the way you saw the budget? So eliminating the position didn't eliminate the money. or am I misunderstanding?
If you eliminated the position in this meeting,
Yes, we did earlier.
the total grant for ADRC is the $632,000. And as Michelle said, that would be coming from the ADRC grant.
Okay, so the Health and Human Services Board, if it chose to, and if we did go down this ADRC route, could contract for nursing services instead of having an employee. All right, Mr. Awesome?
Just to restate it, so the motion before the board is to put back a half-time funding for a public health nurse, but given what has just been stated, we already have the funding in the budget for the ARDC portion of a public health nurse, be it a hire or a contract. Is that correct?
Almost. The motion is to reinstate a half nurse, but the money's already in the budget.
Okay. Could I ask a question of Mr. Cranmer?
Surely.
Would the intention of your motion have been for that public employee, or just to make sure that the money was provided for the service?
Well, the original question to the chair was to find out whether or not we had eliminated the position entirely. And the answer that I received was yes, we had eliminated the position entirely. And what I'm attempting to do is reinstate half of the position, which would then be funded by the, as I understand it, ADRC grant that is already in the budget. Is that clear?
Well, I believe we've established the money is available, and so the Health and Human Services Board would have the power to let a contract for a half-time nurse if the ADRC came to pass. The question Mr. Awesome is asking of the mover and seconder is, did you intend to create an employee or somebody to provide money?
My intent was to provide a framework for a position within which the half-time nurse could then function. I'm more interested in functioning. And I'm not sure, based upon the chair's ruling earlier about the position, that we would have a legal basis for hiring. And that's what I'm attempting to create here, rather than, which could be a contract employee. It would be up to the Health and Human Services Board to vote upon at some future date.
All right, then a yes vote to this amendment would create a half-time position for which the money is already available. If the ADRC comes to pass, we get the state grant. It would not create anything if the grant isn't received. A no vote would give the Health and Human Services Board only one choice, to contract for the nursing services. Clear? Can we do it by voice vote? Mr. Strumke.
I just want to make sure a couple issues here. The $600 and some thousand that are coming in, who allocated half the salary of this position out of those funds into this budget?
By name?
No, what department, committee?
It was in the Health and Human Services budget, and the Finance Committee advanced it to you.
Okay, and then which leads to the actual question. Is that funding, that portion of the $600 and some thousand contingent upon that position being half funded by this fund? In other words, if we don't hire somebody, if we don't create this position, is that total amount of money still going to come to us, or is it going to be reduced the 30-some thousand or whatever it is? Am I confusing? Probably.
Oh, I believe I understand your. I think it's up to the Health and Human Services Board how they choose to provide the services.
No, that's not my question.
But it's hard to imagine that they would not want to provide nurse services.
That's not my question.
All right.
My question is if we don't create that position, will the total funds that we get be reduced that portion of the salary. Okay.
Okay, so a yes vote is to make this an employee, a no vote is to make it a contract, essentially. Mr. Grant, did you have a question?
Earlier, somebody made that statement that it costs 5 times as much to contract the public nurse rather than to hire one.
I remember Kim Dupre in the public hearing saying that the Health and Human Services Board was spending 5 times as much on something as they could with an employee.
Yeah, that's for the director of nursing.
But that has nothing to do with this position, fortunately. So we don't have to verify whether that's true or not. It's not to this point. Mr. Cranmer.
Going back to your statement about the definition of my motion, that is, a yes vote would mean that we would have a half-time position funded by a half-time position, or a no vote would mean a contract position. What I intended to do is to, by a yes vote, is to give the Health and Human Services Board the flexibility to decide what it wanted to do itself, and rather than saying yes or no right here.
Understood, but the Health and Human Services Board has already said they want an employee. I was there during the discussion, and it was thought that contract does not work well. There was a lengthy discussion about that.
Could we ask the health and the chairman, the chair of the Health and Human Services Board to comment upon that?
I think we felt county employee gives us more care. It gives a continuation of care. There's a learning curve with every public health nurse. When you bring them into the department, it takes a long time to train them. They need to have a lot of background. They need to have a lot of extra learning. I think we decided it would be easier and much easier to attain a real employee than a contract employee, because very few people want to work on contracts because contracts don't pay enough and do not have benefits. So if you want to get somebody that's going to do the job for you, you have to have somebody that's willing to come to you for the cost of the salary and the fringes.
If I might, just listening to this, if I might address Supervisor Cranmer as well, it seems to me that what I'm hearing him ask is, to the extent that there is non-county money, that there's ADRC funding that could fund up to half of a nurse's position, that he wants to make sure that that's available. And I guess my only caveat to this is, because we already voted once that we're going to not have a full-time position county nurse, my clarification is then, is to the extent that the half-time nurse position is 100% funded with ADRC funds and sunsets, I think that should at least be added to the amendment.
I was going to bring that up, as I believe the motion that was passed that Supervisor Lucky stated was that all these new positions, it was all inclusive. I don't believe it was being limited to only the 5. And so I believe the motion said something about the fact that once the revenues go away, the position goes away also, or there's some kind of a sunshine, some kind of a sunset clause on it.
Specific positions that that previous amendment applied to, and this was not one of them, because this was at that time not an authorized position. We had eliminated it by a prior amendment.
And then also, I don't take the motion that's on the floor right now as saying that the part-time position, if we vote yes, is a county employee, and if we vote no, that it's a contract employee. I'm not sure that's what the position is. I think the position is just saying we're authorizing a position whatever way they want to do it, as long as it's ADRC funded.
Here's why I think that that's not the best understanding of this. The money already exists if the grant arrives to provide nurse services. And it is within the ability of the Health and Human Services Board to provide those services by contract. They provide lots of services by contract without our approval in here. What this board does is carefully controls employees. And so the motion we have presented here is to enable that to be an employee. Now, Mr. Cranmer, his last take on it was not that it has to be an employee, but that it could be an employee in the discretion of the Health and Human Services Board. And as you've already heard, the Health and Human Services Board wants it to be an employee. They don't want it to be contract for the reasons stated. Mr. Cranmer.
I'm perfectly willing to amend my motion to include a sunset clause in it, and so that the position would sunset if the state at some future date did not supply the necessary funding for the half-time position. Would you be willing to second that?
Yes, I would.
Restate now, unless there's objection from the body, the chair will allow the mover and seconder to amend their motion. And it would then be this, that if passed, this amendment would permit the Health and Human Services Board to use ADRC funds for half-time of a public health nurse as long as the ADRC funds last. Is that sufficiently clear for voting purposes? Do we need a roll call, or are you prepared to vote by voice vote? So we've established the sunset, and we've established the permission if this amendment passes. A yes vote will allow those things. A no vote would leave us in the posture we are, where the money is available if the grant arrives, and the board will have to use contract for it. I heard somebody ask for a roll call, or did I not? No, I guess not. So voice vote. All in favor of the motion should now vote aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. And the motion passes. All right. Anything else that you'd like to? How about a little attention to the bridges and the highways? I mean, there's a lot of money there. The floor is open.
I'll bring that resolution forward.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. I meant amendments, discussion about potential amendments to it. You want to increase it? Of course. No. Are you ready then to vote on 1C, which is the main budget resolution as we have now amended it? Now, the dollars and cents of it are going to be different on line 1, and that's all, I guess, right? The total amount to be levied will still be the same. Well, actually, it'll all be the same, won't it?
Yes.
That's right. All right. These amendments that we have made to eliminate various positions and so on have not changed the amount to be levied from the taxpayers. That's why this page doesn't change. All right. We need a roll call vote, of course, for something like this. Now, recognizing the interrelationship of 1C, 2, 3, and 4, be sure that there's nothing else you want to say about the others before we start through the formal parade of adopting these. Mr. Strumke.
We're looking at a new tax on the citizens in the county of $650,000 or $700,000 on our wheel tax. It was interesting that I was approached by many supervisors from around the state about that issue when I was down at the Wisconsin Counties Association. With that stated, the intent was to plus up the highway department's budget, that's 600 and some $1,000, 696. Last year's highway budget was what?
You mean the levy part or the total part?
Total.
It was a 5% levy increase last year for highway.
Last year, the levy was increased by 5%.
Okay, my question is leading to
This year, it's...
how much, technically none, of the $690-some thousand that was raised by this wheel tax should go into the general revenue distribution. It should go to the highway department, which is how it was pretended. Okay, so what was...
Try to anticipate your question. Excuse me for interrupting, but
it's not a wheel
if
tax.
I understand where you're going, the registration fee
It's a registration fee.
is entirely devoted to the highway purposes in this budget.
That's not
In
my...
addition, 2.475% of general levy money is added to the budget of the highway department. Because at the time the finance committee was working on the budget, 2.475 was the latest available number from the Department of Revenue about our net new construction. And that's the number that the sheriff cut back to, 2.475 above the past. And so the whole registration fee, not a wheel tax, a registration fee, the whole thing in this budget goes to the highway department and 2.475. And besides that, the bridge levy doesn't have to be counted against our overall levy limits.
Okay, we didn't get there yet for
I
what
still
I'm looking
didn't
for.
answer your question?
No,
All
that's
right.
that's when you anticipate
That's
a
right.
question. So, first of all, the 2.475, I assume, is a percentage increase over last year's budget.
Absolutely. By that
Okay.
amount.
So 2.475 increase over last year's budget plus the 695,000 went into the highway department. And though we like to call it a fee because that's what we called it when we tax, but when this county takes money from the citizens, there's only one mechanism we got, and it's to tax them. We can call it different things, though. So I just wanted to make sure that the highway department got all the money that this county board voted for them to get.
If you wanted to raise it to 3.86, you could offer that one, but you better come up with a source. Anything else before we vote? Oh, Mr. Awesome.
I have two questions, if I could, on the line items of the budget that I didn't ask before. I apologize, but they relate to the amount being charged to the Health and Human Services for maintenance. It appears that it's 180% more than was charged to them last year by building services for the same. I don't know if it's for the same services or if it's for repairs or capital. If we could have a recap of that. And then if I'm reading the building services line item correctly, they have a 39% increase in their budget overall, which, of course, is quite a bit more than the other departments.
I will try and address that. This year we changed the accounting methodology because the building services department is responsible for all maintenance related to buildings, both here in Hudson, up in New Richmond, and in Baldwin. Previously, the maintenance charges associated with the nursing home and Health and Human Services were accounted for in their budgets. What has happened here is that building services never had to speak to those expenses previously, so we have recorded those expenses in building services where they belong. We have offset the amount that is up in the nursing home and human services funds that is being recovered by maintenance for the work that is done up at those buildings. In essence, we're trying to show the true picture. It gets a little complicated because it is a four-sided entry. But that's why their budget went up significantly but it's a truer reflection of who's responsible for what expenses.
So to summarize that,
Microphone, please.
to summarize that, their budget did not increase substantially. It was just not properly allocated before.
I wouldn't say it was improperly allocated. It's just the accounting is being done differently so that it shows up as one item in building services rather than building services, health and human services, and the nursing home each having different amounts. That then we would have to tell you that that's all part of building services.
But our employees for building services cost X in 2006 or 2007 and cost Y in 2008. What is the percentage increase? Because we can't figure it out from what's presented here roughly. I mean, how much more is it costing us if it's not costing us 39% more?
That 35% increase also includes the chiller, which was originally submitted at $450,000, I believe. My summary sheet gives you the breakdown if that helps at all. Nursing home maintenance, approximately $210,000. HHS maintenance is $252,000. Jail maintenance is $262,000. Ag extensions approximately $53,000, and general county buildings was originally $2,109,000, which included the chiller.
Well, is the whole greater than the sum of its parts? Is kind of what's being asked, I think, isn't it?
Yes, and I think on the budget that was sent us, the $450,000 for capital outlay is a separate item from the $2,204,000 building services budget that increased 39%. So I don't understand it, I guess.
Anything you want to say, Stan? No? Mr. Strumke.
Looking at the budget, I know our presentation, $468,000, $825,000 to borrow. I know that's been reduced to half, approximately. But I'm confused in the budget, page 5, where it talks about capital project fund borrowing. Total capital fund, project fund, under the borrowing headline there is $667,000. Where's our difference?
What page were you on again?
It's 5 of the budget. Capital project fund, bow legs borrowing, or parentheses for non-military.
That's where you come up with the
667.
Okay, that's 667, 601. You got to also add on the 450,000, 2 lines above it, to total the total amount. Because when we were looking at this project, the first time, Supervisor Stremke, we had the 450,000, and then when we went to the geothermal system, that's when we added the $677,601, because that's a more expensive unit that we were going to put in.
Okay, so the 1.1 million has been reduced.
1.1 million, 1,127,601 is the estimate that we have for the new geothermal chiller HVAC here for the building.
And we reduced that by reserve fund spending? Or how?
Both.
It was
Both.
both.
Both being both what?
Both levy and fund balance.
All right, thank you.
I was hoping I could have the answer on the $615,000 increase on the building services over the prior years. And I think Ms. Petrick is trying to come up with that, so I'm hoping we could have that before we vote. But if I could say that I appreciate that the 5-year history has given us, and I think it helps us pick up the trends and makes it a lot easier, at least for me, over last year's process. So I would thank the Finance Committee and the staff for doing that.
To help simplify this, if we had not made the change that we made, the maintenance budget would have gone up $127,699. That number is the difference between the increased expenses of $615,331, and if you go up to the revenue side, there's a charges to human services for maintenance. That's a revenue. That increased $487,632. So the net change in the maintenance budget was $127,699 with the chiller HVAC system stripped out of maintenance. So that's how much operations went up.
That makes sense. Thank you for explaining it.
We're voting on the budget and all the other resolutions listed below it that pertain to the budget in this vote.
No, we're voting on 1C in your agenda, the resolution adopting the 2008 budget and approving other expenditures. That particular piece does not change. When we get to number 4 with the new positions, that's got a number of changes in it. We had dealt with those as we went along.
But that's been rolled into what we're voting on now.
It's of a piece, yes.
Ready to roll. Ready. Okay. Cindy Leonard.
Yes.
Linda Lucky.
Yes.
Stan Kruger.
Yes.
Denise Gunderson.
Yes.
Lois Burry.
Yes.
Brian Hurchin.
Yes.
Julie Spear.
Yes.
Joel Hurchin.
Yes.
Bill Peavy.
Yes.
Gerald Peterson.
Yes.
Charlie Grant.
Yes.
Tom Dowd.
Yes.
Chuck Mills.
Yes.
Richard King.
Yes.
Wallace Haphager.
Yes.
John Mortensen.
Yes.
Esther Wentz.
Yes.
Gene Ritz.
Yes.
Gordon Awesome.
Yes.
Chuck Strumke.
No.
Richard Marzoff.
Yes.
Sharon Norton Bauman.
Yes.
Ron Troyer.
No.
Roger Rebholz.
Yes.
Bill Cranmer.
Yes.
Darrell Standifer.
Yes.
Clarence Malick.
Yes.
Don Jordan.
Passes. Number 2, County Aid Bridge Construction. Do you want the honor?
Yeah. I'll bring that forward. County Aid Bridges is for 15 townships, and all the county highway department has to do with it is just pass out the money when we get it. That's $104,750.
Mr. Peterson seconds it. Start the roll call with the next starting spot.
Sorry, I'm a little bit unorganized here. Linda Lucky.
Yes.
Stan Kruger.
Yes.
Denise Gunderson.
Yes.
Lois Burry.
Yes.
Brian Hurchin.
Yes.
Julie Spear.
Yes.
Joe Hurchin.
Yes.
Bill Peavy.
Yes.
Gerald Peterson.
Yes.
Charlie Grant.
Yes.
Tom Dowd.
Yes.
Chuck Mills.
Yes.
Richard King.
Yes.
Wallace Habhager.
Yes.
John Mortensen.
Yes.
Esther Wentz.
Yes.
Gene Ritz.
Yes.
Gordon Awesome.
Yes.
Chuck Strumke.
Yes.
Richard Marzoff.
Yes.
Sharon Norton Bauman.
Yes.
Ron Troyer.
Yes.
Roger Rebholz.
Yes.
Bill Cranmer.
Yes.
Darrell Standifer.
Yes.
Clarence Malick.
Yes.
Don Jordan.
Yes.
Cindy Leonard.
Yes.
And the next one.
I'll bring forward the county road construction and maintenance during the calendar year 208.
Grant seconds it. Start the roll call at the next place.
Stan Kruger.
Yes.
Denise Gunderson.
Yes.
Lois Burry.
Yes.
Brian Hurchin.
Yes.
Julie Spear.
Yes.
Joel Hurchin.
Yes.
Bill Peavy.
Yes.
Gerald Peterson.
Yes.
Charlie Grant.
Yes.
Tom Dowd.
Yes.
Chuck Mells.
Yes.
Richard King.
Yes.
Wallace Habhager.
Yes.
John Mortensen.
Yes.
Esther Wentz.
Yes.
Jean Ritz.
Yes.
Gordon Awesome.
Yes.
Chuck Strumke.
No.
Richard Marzoff.
Yes.
Sharon Norton Bauman.
Yes.
Ron Troyer.
Yes.
Roger Rebholz.
Yes.
Bill Cranmer.
Yes.
Daryl Stanifer.
Yes.
Clarence Malick.
Yes.
Don Jordan. Cindy Leonard.
Yes.
Linda Lucky.
Yes.
All the amendments that we've had?
Yes. Do we have to go through the amendments?
No, we
Okay,
all know.
good. I'll make a motion for that. New
Second out
positions.
there?
Denise Gunderson.
Yes.
Lois Burry.
Yes.
Brian Hurchin.
Yeah.
Julie Spear.
Yes.
Joel Hurchin.
Yes.
Bill Peavy.
Yes.
Gerald Peterson.
Yes.
Charlie Grant.
Yes.
Tom Dowd.
Yes.
Chuck Mells.
Yes.
Richard King.
Yes.
Wallace Habhager.
Yes.
John Mortensen.
Yes.
Esther Wentz.
Yes.
Jean Ritz.
Yes.
Gordon Awesome.
Yes.
Chuck Strumke.
No.
Richard Marzoff.
Yes.
Sharon Norton Bauman.
Yes.
Ron Troyer.
No.
Roger Rebholz.
Yes.
Bill Cranmer.
Yes.
Daryl Stanifer.
No.
John Borup. Oh, sorry. Clarence Malick.
No.
Don Jordan.
Yes.
Cindy Leonard.
Yes.
Linda Lucky.
Yes.
Stan Kruger.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Kruger. And second by Mr. Standifer. This is our standard one to collect clerical errors and assessors' mistakes and other odds and ends over the course of the year. Any discussion desired? Mr. Marzoff.
I noticed that the first three certificates have identical property descriptions, and I was wondering if that was intended or if that's if it just happened over 3 different consecutive years for the same property.
3 consecutive years. It's the same piece of real estate, 3 years delinquent.
Yes.
Or 3 years of the same assessor's adjustment.
Thank you.
Any further discussion before we vote? All in favor should now vote aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Passes unanimously. The resolution approving reimbursement due listing officials for listing dogs in 2007.
I'll move that forward.
Thank you, Mr. Kruger. Second, Ms. Wentz. Discussion? Everybody remember this from last year? The names and the amounts are different. All in favor should now vote aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Passes unanimously. Number 7 is a resolution pertaining to the publication of bylaws or of minutes, and requires an amendment to our bylaws. This came from the administration committee. Mr. Caffwish isn't here. Let's see who's second in command over there. Are you the?
I'm not, but I'll bring it forward.
All right. Is there a second to the motion? Mr. Rebholz, any discussion desired? If so, we'll give it to Ms. Campbell. Very good. Ms. Lucky?
With all the strikeouts and everything, I couldn't tell, is there a word missing? in the line, it says, "It is recommended that any supervisor requesting additions or corrections to the minutes should submit the request to the county clerk within 14 days." And then it says receipt of the unofficial minutes. And is there? Oh, there it is.
Receipt of the official minutes.
The "of" is in there. We found it. Yeah, Greg. Yeah, it was.
If we strike the word "within" after county clerk and replace it by the word "upon," and if we strike the word "days," then that sentence would read, "It is recommended that any supervisor requesting additions or corrections to the minutes should submit the request to the county clerk upon receipt of the unofficial minutes."
Don't you want some time to get it done? If, let us say it arrives in your mailbox on Saturday, don't you need some time to get back to the clerk?
It says upon receipt, which means immediately.
But that'd be impossible for even you, wouldn't it? Don't you want 14 days to get your comments back?
I see.
Am I misunderstanding this?
No.
Okay. Does that work?
Yep.
All right. Are you ready to adopt it? Mr. Awesome.
May I ask a question, please? Does this only relate to the county board proceeding minutes, or does this relate to all of the subcommittees?
Board.
Okay. May I ask another question?
Sure.
What is the logic for preserving the tapes for only 1 year when we have issues that come up well after that over interpretations of meeting minutes and things?
Especially budget.
Good point.
Any further discussion? Oh, I don't know. Is there an answer? What is the logic? Oh,
May I make a motion to amend the...
certainly.
That the tapes be preserved indefinitely.
Ooh.
Well, pick a year.
No.
I don't know. 1 year seems short.
No, permanente.
7 years is what the IRS wants from us, so maybe 7 years.
Since that isn't proposed to be changed, could we ask the administration committee to examine the question of how long the tapes ought to be preserved and get back to us?
That would be fine by me.
All right. Let the record show that the question was asked by Mr. Awesome and is referred to the administration committee to report back to the board with a proposal about the period for retention of the tapes, or whatever they use 50 years from now. Ms. Norton-Baumann.
Thank you. Would either you or the clerk please read this number 7 in its entirety so I know exactly what it says? Thank you.
Her voice is far more mellifluous than mine. I had to practice that word, but the best I could do there. So, Cindy, would you read it, please?
Minutes of the county board shall be kept in accordance with Wisconsin Stats 59.232. Minutes shall be transcribed within 7 days of the board meeting and sent to each supervisor for review. It is recommended that any supervisor requesting additions or corrections to the minutes should submit the request to the county clerk within 14 days of receipt of the unofficial minutes. Upon approval of the minutes or approval of the minutes with changes at the subsequent county board meeting, the minutes shall become official and the county clerk shall certify and publish a copy of the minutes in all county newspapers as the official proceedings of the county board meeting pursuant to Wisconsin Stats section 59.142. And then nothing is changed on the bottom.
Mr. Kramer.
By this, I understand from the reading that the word 14 is no longer stricken. Is that correct?
That's correct. Let's see, bylaws require 2/3. You have 14 in words as well as numbers in your copy, right? Yeah, you didn't read it 14-14, so that's what threw us off here. So we need a 2/3 majority, but let's see if we can do it by voice vote. All in favor should now vote aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. That is more than 2/3. Yeah, you know it. It's dinner time plus. Where are we? Number 8. Oh, yes. Mr. Mills. All right. Somebody want to second that motion? Ms. Spear gets a second on that. Any discussion needed, or have you figured it out in your homework, everybody? It's just asking that the state take the money and send it to us instead of doing what they've done with other things and give it to the telecommunications companies. We're the ones who've got the expenses. Mr. Strumke.
I just need some information. I forgot this one at home. Well, in it, for brevity here, are we getting these funds now? Is the state talking about discontinuing them?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the time. The reason I had asked for it to be on the agenda was I believe in my understanding of Greg's impression of the current situation with the medical examiner, and that being my resignation, which was to come before the entire county board. And perhaps Greg can offer further clarification on that.
You did submit a letter of resignation. I think I saw a copy of it. And when was that effective?
The exact date is unknown, I believe sometime in August.
Okay. And do you wish to have the job?
I wish to continue in that role, yes.
That this county board is in a posture to allow you to have that position as well as the director of the communications department, because we passed a resolution just last time we met that allowed people to hold 2 department head jobs if the county board approved it. Is your recollection like mine?
That's correct.
Okay, so somebody could make a motion, since we now know that he does want to have both jobs. We could have a motion that would authorize him to have both jobs if that's what your desire is. Mr. Mills so moves, and Ms. Spear seconds that. You've had your hand up, Mr. Strumke.
Actually, I was going to move that. First hand up, Mr. Chair. But just as a point, this motion takes care of the issue, but the resignation was submitted and accepted in August, and we voted this issue in last month.
Well, I don't know where your summary is going, but resignations don't have to be accepted.
Okay, so, well, we got it.
And this is the board that made the appointment. When was that now? You've done this job officially for about a year, haven't you?
A little over 2 years. A little over 2 years.
Well, you were acting for a while, right?
I believe I was an interim role, and then in August I obtained the
Were appointed
full chief
by the
position.
board?
Correct, yes.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, you say you can have a chair back now that Mr. Kruger has left.
Mr.
Who knows,
Chair.
we may have all kinds of Robert's Rules points for you to help me on. Microphone? We need this for posterity, you know.
Well, the motions should also include a provision that allows
Casey to withdraw his letter of resignation. Otherwise, it's just kind of hanging out there, and I don't think he should do that.
Let's see, you made the motion, Mr. Mells, and you seconded Ms. Spears. If the body does not object, I'll let them amend their motion without further ado. And so it would allow Mr. Casey to withdraw his resignation, to be appointed medical examiner, and to simultaneously hold both that job and the director of the communications department. That's the way the motion now stands. Mr. Strumke.
Yes, was still talking there, Mr. Chair. My light was still on, and just protocol, see, so. But my question was, in continuance of the letter of acceptance, whether we have to accept it or not, was there any actions by the Public Protection Committee or any other agency that took any actions to recognize the resignation and discuss or any issues to seek a person for that position?
Public Protection Committee, October 12th, under the medical examiner's report. Discussion regarding Swetlick's letter of registration. Motion by Mills, second. Resignation. What did I say?
Registration.
Sorry. It is one. Yeah, right. Motion by Mills, Gunderson, second, to acknowledge the fact that the letter of resignation is a moot point due to the county board resolution concerning multiple employment positions. Carried unanimously.
Cover your question, Mr. Strumke?
Yes, it did.
I think we're ready for a vote.
Thanks, Casey.
We'll be ready for a vote when you can hear me talking, I suppose. Let's see, this has been a little controversial, so let's take a roll call vote on it. Do you have another column available for us? A yes vote is to allow Mr. Swedlick to take back his resignation, to reappoint him medical examiner, and to allow him to hold both that and the communications position at the same time.
Lois Burry?
Yes.
Brian Hurchin?
No.
Julie Spear?
Yes.
Joel Hurchin?
Yes.
Bill Peavy?
No.
Gerald Peterson?
Yes.
Charlie Grant?
Yes.
Tom Dowd?
Yes.
Chuck Mills?
Yes.
Richard King?
Yes.
Wallace Habhager?
No.
John Mortensen?
Yes.
Mr. Wentz?
Yes.
Gene Ritz?
Yes.
Gordon Awesome? Chuck Strumke?
No.
Richard Marzoff?
Yes.
Sharon Norton Ballman?
Yes.
Ron Troyer?
No.
Roger Rebholz?
Yes.
Bill Cranmer?
No.
Daryl Stanifer?
Yes.
Clarence Malick?
No.
Don Jordan? Ron Raymond? Cindy Leonard?
Yes.
Linda Lucky?
Yes.
Stan Kruger?
Yes.
Denise Gunderson?
Yes.
And the motion. Next thing is a resolution authorizing the Nursing Home Proposal Review Committee to meet in closed session. I think maybe Ms. Wentz, you're the best positioned here.
I'll move it to the floor.
We don't have a written resolution, do we? So perhaps you ought to. Do you have one?
There is a written one, yes.
Second from Mr. Kruger. Okay. Understood. Any discussion, or are you ready to go with this? Remember the extensive discussion we had last meeting and the desire to have the special committee conduct as much of its work in open session as it could, but recognition that there are times when closed sessions are perfectly appropriate, as our statute authorizes. But the release of that control had to come here or from the Health and Human Services Board. The committee feels it has met, it has gone as far as it can without using closed sessions, and this meeting came before the next Health and Human Services Board, so it's here for you today. Are you prepared to pass this resolution? Any discussion? Mr. Strumke.
I would like the ad hoc committee or whoever's appropriate to explain where this negotiations is, with who or what, that's been discussed in public, and then state as to why they need to go into closed session.
With permission of the body, I would suggest that we take 10 and 12 at the same time. Why don't we get an update on where we are on the whole negotiation process? Esther, you can summarize it, or you can use Fred as you see fit, and let's bring everybody up to speed as best you can as to where it stands. You're deferring to Fred, are you, Esther?
I think because he's going to talk about it in item 12 on our agenda, I thought maybe he could bring all that forth now.
Right, thank you.
Real briefly, the newly formed nursing home subcommittee met in open session on October 10th and October 24th. Dependent upon the outcome of this meeting today, the next meeting would be scheduled for November 16th. As a part of that, I anticipate that there would be certainly an open session component. That open session would be, again, open from the standpoint if there's any other proposals and or alternatives that have come forth to our attorney, Brian Pertel. Those will be discussed. My suspicion is there will be a brief discussion in open session also with Ecumen. They have stepped forward saying they're interested in talking with the county. Again, if approved, we would likely have closed sessions for 3 different vendors. Those vendors are currently could be Ecumen, if dependent upon the nature of their interest. Health Dimensions has stepped forward with more detail that could be discussed in closed session, and then Presbyterian Homes as well. All of those vendors have been, with the exception of Ecumen, have been discussed briefly in open session on the last 2 meetings that I referenced.
Provided to you in writing, or you've put them to writing somewhere in public open session, and I would like to get copies of those issues before the county board so that the next time we're talking about closed session, we have some idea what you're talking about. Right now I have 3 names maybe and no information.
Well, the information as a result of the meeting on the 10th and the 24th were put forth in minutes, and so I could get you a copy of those minutes, which I think would adequately summarize the information that you're requesting.
Thank you. I read something, I believe, in the Hudson paper about Christian Community Home taking a second look at this situation. Can you speak to that at all?
They have indicated that they may be interested in re-entering discussions, but nothing formal has come. I believe that information came from Brian Pertel, the Christian Community Homes Council, but I don't have any more detail other than that.
I thought the minutes of one of the last sessions came out just this week, explained all this to us. So we've been getting the information.
Fred, Brian Pertel told this committee in our last meeting that he would recommend that this committee went to closed session. This committee then decided, put it to a vote, went to closed session, or said we would go to closed session only on approval from either the Health or Human Services Board or the county board, whichever met first. That's why it's here today.
That's correct, and the only other discussion was then to include Corporation Counsel to make sure that we met their criteria for closed session.
What was the nature of the indication of interest by Ecumen?
There's some preliminary discussion that they would offer some sort of a management review similar to what the county's done in the past. They have management agreements, and I believe they operate nursing homes elsewhere. So it could be from a range of they would offer up another opportunity for the county to study the issue with regard to operational efficiencies, those types of things is my understanding, to potentially operation where they would take over the operations, maybe they would take over ownership. I don't know. I haven't had a chance to speak with them directly.
Yeah, I still would like, in specifics, obviously I've been out of town and I got back late Sunday, so I haven't reviewed the minutes you're referring to here, but for what purposes other than the general comment to review the proposals without compromising anything, are you desiring to, because it seems a little preliminary here, and what are you really going to go in to discuss?
Well, again, I think the minutes would cover that in some detail. Ecumen, as I've already said, I'm not quite sure, and I believe they will talk in open session about what some of their interests may be. Health Dimensions, the minutes will reflect, I believe, have generally talked about a management agreement, taking over operations, building new, and some sort of a subsidy from the county. And Presbyterian Homes has talked specifically about a master plan that they have on their campus currently in New Richmond to build a skilled facility, and they're looking to acquire beds.
What portion of what you just said requires closed session?
From the discussions with Brian Pertell would be getting into the details of what the negotiated, for instance, with Health Dimensions, I would assume that they'll come back with more detail about what their proposed subsidy may be and how it would be utilized, some negotiation back and forth if in fact the committee chose to do that. Presbyterian Homes, would they in fact be offering money for the purchase of the county? Are they asking for, it's those types of things that Brian is believing that it's time to move to closed session for discussion.
To use closed sessions in its discretion. A no vote will deny them that. All in favor should now vote. All in favor should vote aye. Aye. And opposed, nay. Nay. And it passes. So there's that. Anything else you wanted to say under nursing home operation and disposition that wasn't said? No. All right. Number 11 is the one remaining item on our action agenda of old and new business. Change for returning federal funds from certified public expenditures of county nursing homes. Ms. Wentz moves it. Ms. Burry seconds it. You have seen a copy. Anybody questions? Mr. Marzoff.
I'm just having some trouble with the wording in three of the parts. The second whereas, the sixth whereas, and the first now therefore. And I'd like to take the latter two items initially. The sixth whereas reads, whereas the 2007-2009 state budget proposed by Governor Doyle estimates claiming $77 million in federal funds for statewide governmental nursing home losses and diverting these funds from counties to have the state's Medicaid trust fund. I'm not sure what the have goes with.
What do you think, Fred? Is have a typo?
Might be. I would agree.
You agree to take it out?
I would.
Okay, next.
Okay. And then in the now therefore be it resolved, the word return is used twice. Now therefore be it resolved that the St. Croix County Board of Supervisors supports returning all federal funds received from the certified public expenditures of county nursing homes be returned to the county nursing homes in order to bring direct tax relief to the citizens of the county. I would like to suggest that the first word returning, which follows the word supports, be replaced by the word recovering, so that then the resolutions now therefore would read that the St. Croix County Board of Supervisors supports recovering all federal funds received from the certified public expenditures of county nursing homes to then be returned, insert the words to then, be returned to the county nursing homes in order to bring direct tax relief to the citizens of the county.
Is there a second for that amendment?
And then if we could go up to the first whereas, I really believe that it's misleading and inaccurate. It states St. Croix County has been forced to fund approximately $1.3 million per year to supplement the facility's operating losses. Darrell indicated in the summary, the budget summary, that the county, his words were, the nursing home has surplus funds, or Health and Human Services, the nursing home portion of that has surplus funds. And the minutes of the July 21st, 2005 Finance Committee meeting reflect that over $450,000 of excess fund balance was transferred from nursing home monies to cover deficits for Health and Human Services, with the rest being transferred into the general fund of the county. I really think that's unjust to now turn around and say that St. Croix County has been forced to fund approximately $1.3 million per year.
Are you ready to vote on the amendment? Mr. Strumke?
Are we changing? Okay, we're voting on the amendment to the whereas? Or what are we doing?
To the now therefore.
Okay, so we're not going to go back and change the 1.3 million subsidy issue.
We'll need an amendment for that.
Okay.
That's what I'm requesting,
just
Mr.
one
Chairman.
at a time, if you don't mind. Well, we got one of them corrected by characterizing it as a typo. But the now therefore can't be characterized as a typo. It's more than a typo. So we'll vote on that amendment first, which is to change the word returning to recovering and to insert the words to then into that one. Understood? Mr. Standifer.
Mr. Chairman, I make a parliamentary inquiry. I'm wondering if this resolution has been reviewed by Corp Counsel. And if it's not, I'm wondering if it's premature to be considering.
His signature is not on the one that the clerk has here. Why don't we refer it back to the Health and Human Services Board? Is there any urgency about it? And then you can have plenty of time to wordsmith it and also re-examine the question of how much the subsidy's been in the last several years. Get all those things right. Is that to be interpreted as a motion to refer or to table until reported back by Health and Human Services?
That was not my intent, but I certainly could be persuaded to make it my intent.
I am not twisting your arm. I'm looking for a way that we can resolve this.
I think that would be an
equitably.
appropriate course of action, and if you're looking for a motion, I would so move.
So your motion is to table until it's returned by the Health and Human Services Board after appropriate adjustments. Second by Mr. Kruger. All in favor should now vote aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Good. We'll hear from it again. Thank you all for your helpful comments. The clerk's report of correspondence and rezoning requests. Yes, Mr. Strumke.
Before we get out of new business, I have two questions to direct to the chair, and he can redirect it where he feels appropriate. The first question is, and I would expect it would go to the admin committee. In the past, I have recommended that a committee be formed of all the committees and boards in order to prioritize and rank and categorize all the programs that the county runs. I'd like to know how that happens and what do we need to do to make it happen, and I can expand upon it in whatever committee you send it to. The second question I got is, I would like to know what the cost reduction would be, because it's my understanding that the nursing home, because it runs 2 levels, has a significantly higher cost based on the previous briefings that we received. I would like to know what cost savings there would be if we just went to the lower level operation.
All right, the chair will refer to the administration committee the question about categorizing, ranking, and other things, subject to listening to the tape and getting the words exact, and if you wish to submit us something in writing before the... Now, the administration committee meets tomorrow, but we won't be doing an agenda change. It's too late for that. So it'll be at least a month. So that'll give you time to write down the question if you wish and schedule your appearance before it, but that'll go to the administration committee to be reported back no later than 2 meetings subsequent. Secondly, the question of potential cost savings of operating on only the lower level of the nursing home, or whatever the exact words, will be referred to the Health and Human Services Board for return to this board not later than the 2nd meeting from today. Anything else before we hear from the clerk's report of correspondence and things? While she's getting organized, one of the things that came up at the Wisconsin Counties Association conference was a number of counties are taking steps to try to engage in a relationship with high schools that will encourage high school students to know more about county government and perhaps to run against some of us at some future time, but at least to have an understanding of what county government does. I would invite any of you to give me suggestions, but I do have one suggestion that I'd like your reaction to. There's no urgency whatever, but that suggestion would be that we put out an open-ended invitation to all of our high schools that the counselors, if they wish to, could send us 2 students, no more than 2 per month, who would be invited to come to a county board meeting, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance part of our meeting, and then to sit next to the supervisor whose district they reside in and watch and maybe even advise, whatever. So kindly think about that. I know that none of you want to do things that make a lot of work for the clerk's office, such as scheduling people and changing the schedules when times change and all that. But it appears to me that has the advantage of simplicity and adaptability. So let me know what you think, and any other ideas that you have about our trying to spread the word about what county government is to listening ears. And now, Madam Clerk.
Planning and zoning, rezoning hearings scheduled for Planning and Zoning Committee. Ruby, I'm going to blow this name. Schilfelbein, rezone property, 54 acres, egg to egg residential in the town of Somerset. Donna Summerfield, rezone approximately 40 acres, egg to egg residential in town of Somerset. Lowell and Virginia Rivard Family Trust, rezone approximately 15 acres, egg to egg residential in the town of Somerset. Wisconsin DNR Gary and Linda Pulford, rezone approximately 0.482 acres from Conservancy to egg residential in the town of Somerset. And rezoning applications submitted but not scheduled for hearings. Eric Larson, rezone 2.42 acres, egg residential to commercial in the town of Hammond. And Thomas Pitch, rezone approximately 10 acres from egg to egg residential in the town of Ceylon. And then the other thing I just have to bring up is that the county supervisor positions are up for election in April of 2008. I will be putting a notice out in the papers at the end of the month, but I do have packets ready for you in my office if you're considering running or again. A couple things. I do have a checklist attached to that. One of the forms should be filed before you circulate nomination papers, and you can't start circulating nomination papers till December 1st. Papers are due January 2nd in my office by 5 p.m. That's a Wednesday rather than a Tuesday because For some places, Tuesday is still a holiday because of the way the New Year's falls. So packets are ready in there. You can take them. You can't circulate nomination papers yet, but you can fill them out and you can file your campaign registration statement with me ahead of time. Questions? Yes.
That January date, is that the same date that any resolutions to be placed on the ballot would have to be to you also?
Not necessarily. No.
Did we do that already? And
We didn't do that yet.
went through. Maybe they don't deserve it this year, and I exclude myself naturally. But Mr. Kruger, I guess we all thank you. We know it's a lot of work, and you don't necessarily make any friends at all in the course of formulating a budget.
I think the Finance Committee members, you know, without them, you just can't do it by yourself, and the support of the rest of the staff and county board supervisors. I appreciate it. I'm sure sometimes you people would like to kill me because I got complaints about that, but that's beside the point. But I'm glad we got it done today. It was as difficult as what I thought it was going to be, and it's something that I would like to see put on the agenda for the next board at the goal-setting session, that we work harder to get this resolved a lot easier, less stress on the Finance Committee.